Hello, and welcome everybody to an Inhouse tournament in PigPan. And this time around, we're playing commanders. That means that we have a bunch of teams. All of them will have a team leader, and there's going to be a bunch of people in the team. The commanders are not allowed to touch units. Everybody else is, and let's see the challenge for have it. So lots of teams, 6 of them, and it's going to be a round robin, if I understand correctly. By the way, I'm Leonis. I have no co-caster today, but we'll have to make do. It'll be messy, it will be fun, hopefully, and I hope we get something out of it. Enjoyment there is. So we have the first 3 matches that have been confirmed, since there have been a reshuffle since I last checked it, but we will have to. As I said, 6 teams. I should have somewhere the incomplete. That would be cool. I can just read them aloud from channel, since I have access to basically every single channel. So at the top of the challenge we have a John Bomb team who goes of, I have no idea because I have no access to his channel. Alright, this should be the glorious. This should be the page that is been shown now. And these are all the teams. So we have Lethal, Poglet, and Cosmic for John Bomb. Uncle Toby will have Pulia, run out of name, Angrath, who I think is going to sub for Phoenix because we had a few subs and he was one of them. Flaxio with Rexo and Senju and Nefas. Othra with Chrono, Medmarine, Arin, and Alexander. Draknas playing with Bai, Jakob, Stone, and Leocordis, and Ninek for the all-in team with the boss, Sewer Badger, and Molded Pixel. Alrighty. Way better. So right now I'm just waiting for the first invite, and after that I'll hopefully get to follow 18, because that's usually the easy. Really, having a co-caster means I have no potential for an interaction, and it's gonna be hard. Let's not kid ourselves. It's gonna be hard. Especially in this. Pick up though. Oh, good get. Pulia versus Mothra. Pulia would be Uncle Toby. Maps have been decided beforehand. I have no way of showing the scoreboard beside using this interface, because a round robin is simply too complicated for the casting tool to process. Fun though. Fun stuff. fun. They're deciding servers. Looks like they're the fastest team, so probably I'm going to go for them. Oh. Heading on. Sure. I can switch. I became very fast at switching servers. Especially nowadays that we don't have. Hello there, Sneaky. Now that we don't have any lag in them, easy to access them. And there's no bug, especially. That's a nice one. Alright, maybe, just maybe, I have Fluxo versus Drachness as the first match. They want pizza though. I am not sure I'll be able to bring them all pizza. Alright. So apparently Fluxio team is going to play Terran. Drachness is going to play Zerg. So after all, even though it's a very strange kind of format, in reality the game comes down to being a very simple 1v1 between two races. The point is, the mess comes from the fact that we will have lots of players trying to force themselves into, like, an Archon team of 2 people is already a mess, and you need to be very coordinated. An Archon team of 3 to 4 people gets very messy, and the commander will have to split task and make sure that everybody is doing fine, otherwise it will be a mess. Anyhow, on the bottom left corner of Royal Blood we have, in purple, the Zerg team, also known as the Drachness team. It's, well, I don't have any names to show, but it's a Drachness team. You can use this. Drac +4. In the top right corner we have plain blue in plain Terran. It is Fluxio team, Flux +3. Muscle memory dictates that I press that button and it shows very random stuff. What does it show? Well, it tries. It tries. Tries its best. So very standard build so far from both teams. They're executed correctly. We have already a ping here. We want to make like this spot being pinged. It's usually suggesting some sort of overload drop very fast. We also have a ping here that might suggest a proxy, and another ping here. Probably to scout maybe, but we never know, we never know. Fluxio team would be late to the party if they want to proxy, but you can always do some cheesy stuff with the starport in proxy. And we have an SCV scout, which is always fun to have, very safe. At the same time, so far so good from Drachness. I don't see anything too out of the ordinary. Good saturation on gas. We will have a timely, good timing on speed. Fully walled is Fluxio in the main, and I think with seeing the expansion he should be fine. And there he goes. We have an SCV idling on the third, checking the timings by looks of the patrol command. Fallings in protection from Drachness, and now comes the fun part about this being an Archon team. Because while on the macro side there will be a mess of people trying to do many things at once, and if they're not prepared, it will go wrong. When it comes to controlling units, I'm sure that there is one dedicated person controlling the links and one dedicated person controlling the Reaper. So even though we don't have like high master players, as far as I know, I think the best player that is not commanding a team would be 3-8 or something. We might see some micro that is usually out of their leagues. Simply because they have the micro behind it, and this time they don't. Alright, the SCV is being annoying, as they usually are. The Zerglings are not going to help building the third, and we see already the indecision from this being an Archon team. But they tried so very hard. You can see, like, I'm pretty sure once more that since they have 4 plays, one was controlling the queen, and the other one was trying to place the hell, and the other one was trying to place the base. It's always fun to see. Double Alien coming out from Fluxio, who is going for a 1-1-1 build with Attack Club on the barracks, so we should see and shield starting yet, so I presume these will go into a buy transition. Alright, trying to do some damage there on the third. It's not like the Hellions will ever kill a base, but it's always fun to burn it. Vikings carrying off the first Overlord. That's always annoying for one of the teams. Of course it is. Lots of queens we have for Drachness. It's probably a hardcore fan of queens. I love the fact that the Zerglings are just staying behind, being moved top and bottom, while the queens are trying to chase Hellions. That Overload is going down. You cannot save it. I'm sorry, but queens are simply too slow. You could have transfused them, though. I might have buyed you some time, maybe. Just maybe, though. More Hellions we have on the side of Fluxio. That's going to be a lot of stuff. Also a drop with 3 Marauders and 1 Marine. I have never seen a... Oh, okay. Unload. This attacking force, it's working. They have armories that can transform into hell, but I missed that. And this is... Again, this is now becoming a scary push. I did not notice the armor, otherwise it would have been a simple thing to hold, but with the Hellbats being a factor, the fact that they can be healed, the queens are simply not strong enough to compete with these units, and Fluxios army is simply walking through, pushing through, and killing the second base of Drachnus, who is also the lair. Drones trying to fight, but you don't fight splash units with drones, and they're forced to tap out. Of course, we have to say until all the players have gone away. And this means that this will put the first win of today into Team Fluxio's favor. Yeah. And considering dropping in, because I have the power, by that I mean I can click a button to enter the voice chat for people, but for the groups, but kind of. Oh right, the queens can no longer trans. I always forget there was a. Also, hello everybody who's watching. I sincerely did not expect anybody to be watching because most of the people are playing. Like half the clan is into this. Let's. John is playing since 4 years ago. Spectate. That would be too smart, would it? That's so true. I did not know that. I was under the impression it was a best of one. We play a best of two on the same map? Oh. It's written here. I could have just read. I mean, I'm a dumb. Well, too much. Oh. It's gonna be 10 matches total. That's a lot of. Alright. With the first map predetermined, second map will be picked by losing team with 1 veto given to the win and no map repetition. So they cannot play again Royal Blood. Altitude has been vetoed, and Drachnus decided to go for Royal Blood. Sorry, Grassman. It's the second game, and I'm already confused. It's incredible. Confuse myself is baffling. No, I'm not the leader of the team. Thank you very much. So let's see. Into bed. Goodbye, we can show the team the final form with the glory of the lobby. And I can finally find the button. It should kind of be the same as the Excel shit we saw, but we can never be sure. Yeah, we can show the loading time as well. I don't mind. Also, the fact that this is an Archon team means that the visuals for the game are completely messed up. It's like incredible how bad it can get. Almost funny, I would say. Anyhow, on the bottom right corner of Grassman we have in purple the Dragnas team once more. On the top left corner we have the Fluxio team. Our previous game. Now, well, I was not expecting it because I did not see the armory because I'm a dum-dum, but Fluxio is going for a very decisive push by the looks of it, and when you have, especially in these cases, a good plan for the early game, usually it goes very well because it's easy to plan if you're on the offense, easier. And since planning will be most of the the winning factor in this tournament will be preparation, I assume at this point. I would give the edge to Fluxio team for the time being, unless we see something cheeky by Dragnas, like this glorious spawning pool on 16. Now it'll be just a defending. It looks like a defending timing, because we did not see any gas behind it. It just now starts after the natural expansion. But what this gives to the Dragnas team is the ability to have some micro potential in the earlier stages of the game. We can also see a denial of the low ground base because Fluxio is going for a very greedy build, going for an SCV scout. At the same time, he also gets a command center on the low ground. He's going for a Reaper first, and if you manage to shoo away the Reaper, or at least not take too much damage on the Zerglings, they might be able to deny something on the low ground. Instead, they're stay home, deny the scout from the first SCV, and I am now a tiny bit confused, but we will have to see. The first Reaper is coming out from Fluxio's base, and it's to idle a tiny bit on the front of the base because they know that simply moving across the map would not be feasible, especially when you have such a fast pool. Oh, roaches are. Oh. So, speaking of early game aggression, Dragnas team decided that if Fluxio is going for a very aggressive build with a sharp timing on 4 minutes or something, they want to go for a sharper timing even earlier. Now, this build can start hitting right about now. You would also, I think they can try and go without link speed and without a roach speed, and try just to force their way in with brute numbers. Now, Fluxio team is recognizing this correctly. After all, they do have a very high player commanding the whole thing, so they decide very wisely to retreat on the high ground, to defend for the possible attack, and for the time being just upgrading the command center into an orbital command center, because it will gather energy either way. Dragnas team is splitting Zerglings left, right and center to try and find a possible ninja base. In the meantime, we have Fluxio with a bunker on the high ground, a cyclone being built. Cyclone will be very good in this defense, I would assume. And we have Dragnas bashing the wall first. Oh my god, the Ravager was way too far forwards and he falls immediately. Another roach almost gets killed. and there are no losses whatsoever from Flux's team, who's just taking damage from on the depot. A few Zerglings are messing in the middle of the map, but I don't think Zerglings without speed can do anything, so they will have to wait for around 30 seconds. Is it 1 minute for link speed? Like that. Again with the Viking, when you have the spare APM, and both teams must have, because they have way too many players, is a very good investment, because you can shulk around the map, you can both scout with it and find the overlords. I am fairly sure nobody is controlling it. Okay, somebody is controlling it most of the time, not all the time, but it's good enough. Alright. Fluxio is deciding to finally expand by looks of it, because with the tanks securing the high ground and giving them an anchor point, the tank will reach most of the base, so any defense here will be very easy, especially against roaches. Viking taking again more kills, already at 2. It paid for itself and then some. Always nice to see. Taking a third kill probably, because we don't have any queens being controlled at the moment. And even if this queen was attacking, I don't think he has the DPS to contend against the Viking. Finally somebody pings the Viking and they're like, well, you know what, we do have anti-air units. We can try and do something. With 2 queens it's very easy to shoot one away. This Viking really wants to kill, and he manages to do so. He's a hero. Even flies away with its life, and 4 kills in the bag. In the meantime, we have a huge push coming out from Fluxio. 1 tank, lots of marines, the cyclone that was made defensively against the roaches, and a whole lot of hellbats. That it's basically the same push as before, but since it's a little bit delayed, they decided to go for marines as well and the tank, since they had the time. And once more, I don't think that Dracnas has anything to contest this with, because we can only see like half the army supplied from Dracnas team, and even if the Cyclone was very adventurous and died for apparently no reason, the army from Fluxio is simply too strong. Even morphing Ravagers in front of your opponent's face is not the best idea, as Fluxio team is simply barreling through. A Liberator on behind, killing drones, the ones that are not being pulled. And once more, well, that is why you don't pull drones against the Hellbats. And I don't think this will be holdable for Dracna's team once again. The tank is simply too strong, and there's nothing to answer for against it. GG are being called, and as soon as the last player leaves the game, it'll be GG. In the meantime, we can see the Terran Dominion doing some very, very thorough work here. Oh, we have +1/+1 from Dracnas. Who's not leaving? Who's not leaving? Alrighty. Now, one thing about the challenge is that we will not see an instantaneous update of the scores, and I cannot do anything about it. The only ones that can are the clan managers. So you'll have to either ping Boolia, Senju, or, well, the players will have to. Don't, Boolia, Dracnas, or Senju, if I recall correctly, are the ones that are able to edit it. because now I'm going to have a massive. Hello, Sanju. So, Sandra, I suggest you mute my stream for the time being. Just a heads up. I'll give you 30 seconds to... No, wait. A little bit, less than. Hello, people. Hello. Do you want an interview? I'm here for an interview.
Well, hello, Mr. Leo.
Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I did all the work, by the way.
Of course you did. Of course you're taking all the... To be absolutely fair, I was just thinking that going for a very aggressive build in this kind of scenario is very good after all. Because it gives you potential to micro and it puts you in a dominating position. And we saw in the first game, it was like you had an army, Dragons didn't, and it was sad.
It was.
Yeah, I often experience that in normal games when I do a 1 base or 2 base all in, that I have an army and they have 2 more bases, but the army usually wins against the bases.
Yeah, usually. After all, not everybody has a PF as the second base, do they?
That's normal, yeah.
In the second game, Dragons decided to go for the same approach to the game, and they decided to walk the Ravager first. What was
Yeah, it was pretty...
I was a bit confused about that.
I was assigned the Cyclone there to defend, and I didn't have to do anything. The Cyclone just locked on the the Ravager, and yeah, that was it then. After that, they went back again.
I expected like more Ravagers, and there was like only one, and I put like SCVs, and like, where was it? Where is this?
It was like 5 roaches or what?
It was a very, very tiny attack. It was fast though.
I think they expected us to have a natural that they could attack, because that just wasn't anything for them to hit without going up the ramp, and going up the ramp is not a nice thing to do.
Yeah, you had a Cyclone, a full bunker, a few Marines standing out. It was not pretty.
We could have savaged that, by the way.
Yeah, you could have.
I mean, we kept it. I mean,
well, that's not my job.
It's a trophy. Oh, you didn't say it. So.
Also, who was on the Viking on the last game?
Me.
Oh my god!
Yeah, that was amazing, right? You can stutter step them now. They're like Marines, the Vikings.
You had at the end of it, you had 2 kills for 1 kill for every 2 HP you had. By the by. Flying away at 9 HP with 4 kills. God damn it.
Yeah, and I killed an overseer then in the base when I went to repair.
My god. That was some gaming.
It was.
Do you know if the next team is already available?
I have no clue. That's why I was actually watching your stream to see how Toby is doing. Because we're gonna have the hardest matchup now, right, Leo?
We were streaming our game, so obviously we wouldn't see anything about the other teams there.
Yeah, true. But he might know some info. I don't know. Maybe he might know something.
I have no idea. I just have the challenge. I see that nobody is
that's the only thing I have too. And apparently it says that people report their results either to Bulya or me. But I wasn't reported any results too.
Well,
I guess the others are all playing macro games, and we have to wait like 20 minutes now for to finish.
well,
Yeah.
John Bomb is on one of the teams, so I assume at least team is going to go for a micro game. I'm pretty sure he was he's starting right now the second game.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And do you know Toby? Wait, look at his match history actually. Let me take a look.
You know you can do that.
I don't know if I have. I don't have. Oh, I have him actually.
Don't think.
He's still in the first game.
Oh my.
Okay, guys, we're gonna do one round like between.
Let's play a game of co-op. Easy.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Let's play them ice banding.
Yeah, I'm so sad, dude. I have like less emotes and less everything on NA. It's like, ugh.
Yeah, true.
Can't even use my announcer. Feels bad, man.
I was wondering, you know, you have like 3 sprays or something, and what if you play Archon? Does every player have 3 sprays?
No.
Every team has
The main guy has like all the thing, like the skin, the
okay.
announcer, the spray. By the way, Leo, are you joining John Bomb's lobby?
Yeah, could I?
Yeah, there's a lobby
You
open.
should.
Right, I should.
You go do that. Go away.
Yeah, true.
At least then-
lobby.
At least then you have something to watch.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You're
that's
supposed
also
to cast
true.
games,
That's
not have
also
a
true.
podcast.
I'm podcasting because I have nothing else to do and they're not accepting me into the lobby. I'm sad. I'm a stray.
What? Oh,
I'm
they
a
started or what?
stray under the.
Now it
I'm
says
in a party.
7
I'm in a
players.
party now.
Yeah,
Yay.
yeah. You're in there. Okay, nice.
Yeah, good.
You have also something to watch, or we play another practice game.
Well, I'll leave this channel then. See ya.
Good luck. Bye.
See you.
Good night.
All right, and back we are into the other match. Will be John Bomb versus Team All-In. I'm pretty sure it's game 2, right? So it seems like John Bomb team won the first game, so it'll be starting off a 1-0 for John already. Thing is, I don't see John Bomb's team on the Discord, so I have no idea where to find it, how to reach him, and how to make an interview. I want to interview people because I'll have more and more downtimes from now on. Either way, on the top right side of Ensign Cistern, we have in purple Team All-In, commanded by 9K. On the bottom right and left side of Ensign Cistern, we have Team John Bomb playing Protoss in red. A cosmic, but it's not true. Now, oh, that's always fun to see. Some tiny banter here and there. I'm almost sad that Super Badger isn't able to play any of his cannon rushes. Usually just cannon rushes by the looks of it. And then play some very, very scrappy macro game. Also, I remember Poglet being cheesy as well. Could be wrong. So they could be cheese friends, you know? They go to all the gourmet places, all the fancy cheeses. Wait. The probe was killed! Oh my. I'm so sad now. Not the probes. Cybercore before any kind of expansion from John Bombs. Very defensive. Very defensive. Well, I mean, I just dislike this wall. Now that I think about it, it's pretty normal to become standard. I think though the Nexus is a little bit late, isn't it? Looks like it. Maybe. Maybe I'm just imagining things as usual. On the other side we have a reactor first on the barracks. Solid build so far by 9k. Defensive bunker on the low ground. No factory so far. Okay. Oh, barracks. This is gonna be interesting. So, yeah, 2-1-1 or 3-1-1. We will have to see Stargate first from Team John Bomb. Adept first. We will see Double Reaper. Ah. Why the Double Reaper? Third barracks going down for Team All In. Well, this is going to be a very late Reaper run. I see no reason to build a second Reaper, that's all. Was there a misclick because they're back into Marine production? Why 2 Reapers? Especially, like, it's not going to do anything. Reapers cannot kill an Adept any better than 1 Reaper can, unless you have like thousands of them. And then they destroy everything. And we have a Stargate on the other side, we have an Oracle. You can chase down and kill both of them easily. Also, so many Adepts from John Bomb. A shield battery in the main from John Bomb, who's probably into something after the first game. And this Reaper is simply useless. Huh. Well, that happens. Still bunker on the low ground for Team Alain. Double barracks with the tech lab for double upgrades on Marines, and this is looking like a push with Marine and maybe a tiny bit of splash of Marauders here and there, but mostly Marines with steam and shields. I don't think it will hit with a Medivac or anything, it will just be a 2-base push by looks of it. Alright, the Oracle cannot find any purchase because there are so many Marines. But on the bright side, they scouted that that's a lot of Marines. That's all I can say about the Terran build. That's a lot of Marines. That's how I'm going to call this build. I don't remember any names. Let's see. The rest in the response from John Bomb team will be Blink, and I think they might also need a shield battery on the low ground just to try and anchor the defense, because this, even though it doesn't have any staying power and the Marines will die like flies, the DPS of these units, especially this early on, look at how many Marines there are. There's also 5 Marauders with concussive. Do they have concussive actually? No, they do not. It's not even being researched, which will give the Stalker at least some micro potential, even when Blink is off cooldown. But on the other side, John Bomb is attacking. This army can... Oh my, they're not being controlled. What the hell is happening here? The Stalkers simply evaporate. And that's how you lose a game, I guess. You have half the supply of your opponent. And now the turn is already halfway across the map. You need to force a few steams here and there and blink away as soon as they do. Good, just like that. Do not stay though, do not fight. That's how you lose more Stalkers. Shield batteries are not completed. We do not have an army worthy of defeating this Terran force here. But maybe with the stims they may manage to bait, the Stalkers can find some purchase. In the meantime, a few Marines managed to scare off and kill 8 probes. Very hard to follow everything as just try to make this. Oh yeah. The pylon was clearly the threat there, not the red HP stalker, nor trying to flee with your units. I like the decision making here. To be absolutely fair, it's very hard to escape stalkers, so it might have been the right call. I'm just being very, very funny here, as Fluxio would say. Stalkers are now on the offensive side, killing more SCVs. They might even find out an almost full mule. At least they're wasting mining time off it. And again, this army of Terran forced to stim the whole pack without a medevac will mean that I don't think they have a starport still. Okay. Oh, they finally do. It's building the reactor, so you can finally pump out some medevacs, and that will give some staying power to this army. Like, when you have this situation, you never want to steam your whole army, especially if you're not doing the whole engagement. Simply because this can happen, the stalkers can escape with blink, and you're left with a very hurt army. And as soon as one medevac pop, it will not be enough to... I'm pretty sure it's not going to be enough to bring this whole army to full HP. And stalkers can now simply pick off these units. I'm pretty sure it's one less shot to kill them. Looking the army, blinking away, and the army is deep into the red. This marine cannot steam anymore. I cannot do drugs, I'm too hurt. I've never seen anybody say that. Nice blink. And this multi-pronged aggression, it could have been better, but it's good enough because it's pulling apart the players. It's basically a 3v3 Archon, and they're getting pulled apart by 2 players by looks of it. Blink away, nice blink on the single stalker, saving the cooldown for the rest. This medevac is almost out of juice already, and it's not even fighting yet, so... and one more order is still in the orange. Double drop, redropping immediately in front of 4 stalkers. I'm pretty sure even with the rest of the army you can kill them. But on the behind the lines, we had Jump Bomb make lots and lots of zealots with charge. And Archons, of course. With a mine to the face, no splits there. Splits are overrated. The army is one big ball now, just one defensive army for Jump Bomb here because they noticed the a possible double prong here. And this will be enough to at least shoo away, especially with shield battery. More reinforcement. In the meantime, we have a massive engagement in the main base of the all-in team, who's losing basically the third for free. The Widow Mines are trying their best, but are getting killed as soon as they try to do something. The engagement on the other side went for Team Jump Bomb, and I think this is the beginning of the end for the Terran team, as they are forced to GG out as soon as they lose their third base. Alrighty. That would put Team Jump Bomb 2-0 against Team All-In. 1-1 was the result of Uncle Toby versus Mothra. It's a best of 2, so it can end in a tie. And will. So let's see. Next game for Team Jumbo. It's going to be Dragnet. Luxio is going to be playing against Uncle Toby. All these players around. check. Oh, do we have time for some? I don't know really how to call it. Victory lap? Oh. Well, I'm a simple man. I see a lobby link. I join. uh, well, it happens to have like it happens to have lots of people commanding the same army, and none of them manage to see the main army bashing into the other main army. Alright, seems like we have a game. It's gonna be Jump Bomb versus Dragnes. So both teams we just saw in action. And the point is, I think this will be way different from, like, the Dragnes team will be very different from what we saw against Flaxio. Because I don't think Jump Bomb is going to go for an early aggression. And if they do, I am fairly confident in the ability of Jump Bomb to recognize the build and to try and defend if Dragnes decided to go for an aggressive build. Either way, and let's introduce the players because on the top left corner of Grass 1 we have the purple team playing Zerg. It is Dragnes team. On the bottom right corner of Grass 1 we have the Protoss players. In red, it is Jump Bomb team. Team Jump Bomb. The team with the biggest bomb, as they are now known. Alright, very early probe scout. Gate first, so, and there's no probe behind it, so nothing cheeky. They're not even trying to deny the natural. They just want to dance with the the main base drones. Foglet is the one dedicated to chatting in the earlier stages of the game by looks of it. Oh, nice trap. Mineral walk away. And the probe is safe. Just what I like to see. Safe probes. Gateway first from Jump Bomb, that is. Very standard. Nexus on the low ground. Cybercore should soon follow. Standard timing for the spawning pool. We have the cyber, the second gas, and everything is fine still. This probe being annoying on the main base, nice counter micro, and the probe was forced to mine. They cannot do anything anymore. It stole 5 minerals though. A 10 minerals advantage, think about this. In the long run, if you manage to, if both players has played the map and mine out the whole thing, some team will have 10 more minerals. Almost OP. Adapt first, being chrono boosted as per usual. Second gas already saturated. No third so far, but it should be reasonably on time. Actually, a little bit late. I'm just a madman who takes it way earlier than he should. Adept going out, and yeah, it's way too late. Usually the adept should scout without the shade the third base, and then confirm everything else in the main base with the shade. So this adept will see that there's no third there, cancel the shade, check for the thirds here and then here. And now Jump Bomb team knows that something is happening because we don't have another base. The question is what by third base. I'm fairly sure, fairly confident this is very late. Alright, trying to scout with the Overlord is Dragnas into the main base of John Bomb. Now again, are they thrown? Oh my god, there's so many players to go through. They have no indication of the tech, even though they had an Overlord sitting right behind the base, and this Oracle will hit without any kind of anti-air defenses in the main. You should at least have a spore. A single queen will lose drones to it. Nice control so far, killing 4 drones, maybe go for a 5th. It's very hard to target that one now. 4 is now operational, and the Oracle lives on 1 HP, that's so infuriating for Dragnas team. Lair is mutating on the natural once more. Tiny bit of an oversaturation on the natural, but it's all fine. They will move as soon as the gases are ready. Second Oracle for Jump Bomb, and they're transitioning into a third base. More oracles. Interesting enough. Follow-up from Dragnas is Hydra Desk and Evolution Chamber. Did they scout anything else? The Overlord knows about the 2 adepts and the Stalker, the desaturation of the gas, and they also know about the third now. So this is a very precarious position for Zerg, because you don't ever want to be on the same base count as the Protoss. On the other side though, we have a very happy Protoss who's going Twilight Council, lots and lots of gates and +1 weapons for ground. So the Oracle will just be there for Revelation and maybe a few Stasis Wards. It's not going to be, as I was hoping sincerely, mass Oracles. It would have been silly and funny. Very funny. Oracle's trying to kill some more units here and there, since we don't have the WCS interface mod thingy. No, the game HUD, sorry. I cannot really see when it happens. I have to watch the minimap like a pleb. And this Oracle is still floating around, trying to do stuff, charking around, not even defending. Jump Bomb team is very on the aggressive side this time around. And the Dragnas team is now prepared, but they already taken so many losses that it transitions into a deficit in both workers and army supply. Tech-wise, It's a tough call, but we already have a robo facility for Jump Bomb team. We also have the Templar Archive. Did they scout the Hydra? Then no, they do not, so they might not be going for Storm. Storm would be enormous in this game. Against Hydra, it's... Well, ask any Zerg how he feels about Hydras, and you'll get a very angry Zerg. Stalkers moving out. They do not have Blink yet, but it's gonna be researched soon. They will be anchored by the two Oracles. Is Oracle on? No, they're off. Killing the Creep Tumor Queen. They get surrounded by Lings and they would get decimated, but the Hydras do not have speed so far, so they cannot... No, actually they do. They do have speed. I correct myself. They just didn't want to get their tails dirty, and they did not want to step out of creep. Again, engaging this army with a bunch of Stalkers and 3 Oracles doesn't seem the best idea, but they managed to kite back all the way back into the base. High Templars are being more... should be morphed as soon as possible into Archons, because this front line is not taking the punch that the Zerglings are packing. The Hydras are the only thing left standing. The Oracles die immediately. Hydras are not enough, and the Stalkers managed to finally deflect the attack. That's a lot of Stalkers though. Love how the High Templar managed to balloon his way out of the fight. Managed to survive of all things. Now, this situation for the Zerg players is very bad, but they'll have an army supply advantage, and as long as there isn't Storm, and there isn't even in the production tab, they might have a chance. Also, the shield battery is too far forward to be of any use into the fight. We have a few cannons because Jump Bomb is loading a few minerals. Just a few hundreds. Few hundos. Well. Stalkers moving into the map. Draknas trying to cover all the approach, the possible approaching ways to his newly found fort. And Jump Bomb is being a bit undecisive. First, he told his plebs to go with Stalkers only. Then he told them to go for the full army and make a decisive push into creep, ignoring creep tumors, killing the queen, and then trying to kite back the army. Now that's Archons now. Archons will kill the Zerglings. Very brave Stalker. Very brave. Alright, trying to kill the rocks to get a new access. It will be still spotted by creep. I would love to see an observer here with the rest of the army, but this is a cancel either way, and puts again Zerg on the offensive side, because they have to do something on the other side. This supply disadvantage on the workers is getting way too much to handle for our Zerg players, and I mean, in a few this army will not be contested. The Hydra so far can anchor this position and manage to defend, but I don't think it will be for long, especially with a Warp Prism. I don't know if you cancel it though. That's how you lose time. How many gates do they have? Structure. One just newly built. 14 gates. Well, that's a lot of gates. Storm is finally researched. This base, the 4th base of Protoss, is decently defended, so it will not be easy to attack it. A single zealot into the Warp Prism for safety measure, just in case it gets boarded. The 5th base from Jump Bomb is being denied, but it could even be a kill. I don't think you can save it. Actually, the Zerglings are not very highly upgraded. Hydras are killing the photon cannon, and therefore the base here, shield battery overcharge, not really doing too much because the focus fire is real. So Draknas is getting kills here and there and everywhere. The question is is it going to be enough? That's a lot of Hydras. We don't have any kind of AoE in this army. Yeah, retreat is the right call. Do we still have... No. We don't have any Storm whatsoever. You need to warp in High Templars. What do you research Storm for? That's a lot of Hydras. Very hard to split against Storm. Trip is going halfway through the map. Already reaching basically the 4th base of Protoss. These Zealots cannot kill the Crypt Troopers because we have even one. Sorry, one observer. We don't have any observers. You need observers. You need to clear creep. You don't need to sacrifice Zealots over and over again. DT Shrine is finished by John Bomb. In the meantime, we have a warping of 4 Zealots. Sorry, no, it was not warping. They were actually transported there. 4 Zealots into main base. 2 players very angrily microing against each other. And the Zealots are getting some work done. I'll tell you that. In the meantime, though, the main army of John Bomb is being pushed back because, again, they don't have any Storm. Finally, 2 Storms join the fray. Alright, 2 Storms have been launched, and that's a lot of dead Hydras, or almost dead Hydras. Come on, just shoot. Oh, the Archon is too slow. Well, it shot. Killed a lot of Hydras before dying. Zealots are finally cleaned up by the reinforcements of the Zerg and... Tempest! Tempest! Carriers! Decide yourself! Carriers. Okay. Good. I was getting a little bit surprised, considering unless you have a very specific reason to do so, and usually that reason is called a Viper, you don't really want Tempest in your army, do you? Even Broodlords are countered by Tempest, but Carriers are usually the better call. Now, where do we stand now? Even though this run by had the opportunity to do something, the army was right behind it, and this puts Ragnas in a dominating position as we see lurkers that will hit the space while we see Jumbo transition into carriers. Lurkers are way too forward, but the Zealots decide to bash into a wall of Hydras and die immediately. And the fun thing is, once more, we don't have a single observer. Oh, sorry, we do now. We don't have any detection from Ragnar, so it will not be killed, and the lurkers will be revealed. But the base will fall not whatsoever, because Jumbo doesn't really have the force to contend with that. With this, Ragnar takes basically all the advantages beside the upgrade advantage, which is still in favor of Jumbo, even though he's switching into air, so he will need +3 weapons for air as soon as possible. Base has not been rebuilt there, but the Dragnas team should really do something now, because they are on 200 supply on units that are not really super end game, especially Hydras. Lurkers are very good in the end game, they're very supply efficient. Hydras not so much, especially against carriers and Storm. But this attack will clean off another base, and there's no army movement to try and deny it from John Bomb. This base will simply fall. It gets evaporated. One thing, Shield Battery Overcharge could have been more useful if you... I don't know if it was targeted on the next side or not, but it should have been. Hopefully it was. Carriers can try and deny this army from moving further in, but I don't think they can engage head on. At the same time, we have Dragna splitting the army 2 ways, one left, one right, for one big pincer attack. They decided to retreat the main army to go for double spire. Gumbom feeling confident and pushing through with his Storm and his Archons. The fun thing is, I'm still not sure that they can engage head on, especially if the lurkers are barred, but the carriers are... Carrier count is now very scary, and the Storms will try and clean off any any Hydra that is straight to close. Oh, no detection will mean that these DTs will finally kill this Hydra spot, not before losing the whole base and maybe one carrier. Oh my. Oh my. I saw somebody frantically trying to retreat the carrier. What happened to the Stormy boys? No, not the Stormy boys. Still, the carriers reign supreme as they managed to finish off an engagement. And do they actually have an answer? They have 13 corruptors into production, but they don't have any upgrades by looks of it. And these are decently upgraded carriers. They will kill corruptors very fast. +2 armor, +2 weapon attack is very strong against highly armored units. Especially if they don't have any armor upgrade. +1 air weapon has been researched. And the main base has been ravaged by jungle. I think this is the beginning of the end for the Darkness team, even though they managed to, like, most of the attack is on the second base, which has now been obliterated. Why? Funny how nowadays the interceptor attack a tiny bit slower, so they all attack all together, and you see stuff simply evaporate behind them. Hello. Okay. Well, a huge run by of Zerglings, bash into 3 carriers and a Tempest. Unfortunately, as high as they might want to jump, Zerglings cannot kill air units. Wings do not make you fly, apparently. $33 army supply and going down against 86 with an army of carriers that is basically unstoppable. We don't have any more tech for Dragnas, who is forced to GG out of this game in a very long macro game, even though we saw something strange happening here and there. And now it's always the game of waiting the last player to finally GG. I mean, try as much as you want. I don't think there's a way for Zerg to win this. Just FYI, in case you missed the memo. Even though it's fun for probably the Protoss player is having so much fun doing this. I would. Brainlessly killing everything that stands in your way with massive army of carriers. Not even producing any more, just stay moving across the map. I see. You don't need your opponent to GG out of the game if you kill all the structures. That's a good call. And that was game 1 for Darkness versus John Bomb. Let's see if we can get a... Oh, yeah, the bracket. Let's respond. Hello, QuazI.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Am I already on the stream?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
And you made me forgot to change to the challenge thingy. So you wanted to see the bracket? Here it is. On stream.
Yeah, I saw you in here so lonely, talking to yourself, and I was like, I can help you out.
It gets a little bit tiring. It's 8 PM, so it's getting there. Apparently we have like 7 more games to go through. Not going to be.
Wait, are all the games casted?
The ones I managed to, but it's a best of 2. So
Okay.
join the lobby, please.
Where are you? Wait, NA
Oh,
or
yeah.
you?
We are on NA, yes.
Okay. Okay, I have not seen any of the tournaments so far. So in the next early game, you can fill me in on the most important things that happened.
All right. Perfect. All right, perfect. Okay. By the way, do you know the all the ins and outs of this tournament?
I know that it's commander mode, so I think everyone has like one Masters player and 3 other people.
That would be correct. The actual format is we have a Masters or above player being a commander. They're not allowed to touch the units. They can just give orders to the team, and they can go around freely with the camera. That's the only thing they're allowed to do, basically. The rest of the team is composed by players whose total MMR is not above 10k, if I recall correctly, or 12k if you have 4 players. So far, so good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it works perfectly like a regular old Arco mode. So you see lots of engagement here and there, lots of army splitting usually, and one unit trying to be a hero here, there, and everywhere.
I mean, at least there's lots of action.
That is true.
Going on.
That said, on the bottom right corner of Neo Humanity, we have in purple the Dragons team, Blazer. Do you want the honors?
In the top left side of New Humanity, we have, I think it's Team Chunbom. Right? Yeah, it's Team Chunbom. There we go.
Congratulations! You were correct.
I'm not quite a professional caster. I was also struggling to find your camera, so I can know what you're looking at.
I don't need to do that. Some people like that, but I would hate to co-cast as a fixed camera of the same streamer.
For the intros, it's handy.
I just swing them.
Yeah, I like it for the intros because then I know if you're actually looking at the base.
That's
and
true.
At which base.
That is true.
Okay, this is the second game of the best
second
of 2,
game.
right?
Oh, that's true. Also, for some reason, we still have best of 9 as a preset there. Oh my god.
And we see some very creative strategies. Proxy hedge. I feel like I've seen this before, but I'm not sure where.
It's genius though. You make some drones to bring down the mineral fields, and then you have basically free access into the natural, ignoring the wall and all that shit. It's a very cheesy move.
The only issue with this is that on this map, if the gateway unit pops and the Protoss figures out that there's a hatchery down there, they can put 1 adept on the top of the ramp.
Oh yeah.
And those minerals are not gonna get mined. We had another map, Stargazers, I think, where we also had gold back mineral patches that blocked off an entry. but they were like on the other side of the main base, in a back base. So the adept couldn't be in the natural wall and at the back minerals at the same time.
I think
But
Jumbo
on
is
this map?
already realizing because we have pylon. We had a probe check the natural there. Sorry, the third base for proxy hatches, and we have a pylon on the high ground behind the wall. So they will know what's happening. And as you said, with the adept on the wall, they will deny everything, both mining and high ground vision. And that adept is very hard to contest right now, especially with a shield battery coming online soon. The Roach is trying its best to shoo away the adept, but mining is a very hard option here.
Yeah, and now the Stalker is out, and the Stalker outranges everything that the Zerg can offer right now. So I don't see a future for this. But maybe the Protoss players mess up.
Ravagers can try and do something, but it's very hard to defend the drone mining with just a Ravager. Actually, mined one more. Alright, 3 trips to go, 2 trips to go. That mineral patch is on 7. The drone is mining it. That doesn't manage to finish it. Pylon goes down.
I think the next drone will.
Oh yeah, it's a hole. But there's a wall behind it.
Yeah, and there's no link flood coming. So even though there's a hole, like roaches are pretty thick.
And that's a void ray. By the by.
Uh,
What does Zerg have that shoots up? A queen, a very damaged queen.
Our second queen is on the way, and the Zergs can build a spore. And
Yeah,
if
they
you
can.
have 2 spores, and then you can just micro them individually, and one person just runs around with a spore. Spores become very mobile anti-air.
True. The Roaches are trying to do something in the wall, but the shield battery overcharges basically keeping everything in check. These Roaches are way too far forward beyond creep, and that means that the queen cannot really support them. The second void ray is wreaking havoc. A drone is trying to widen the hole, but the hole is not the issue here anymore. The issue is that you don't have any anti-air against the void rays. Spore is being made, but we don't even have a tumor to go forwards with them. Soon you lose high ground vision, and I'm pretty sure that these void rays will not be contested after that.
Yeah, I don't think the void rays are contested at this point at all anyways. Like one spore can kind of fight off one void ray, but 2 void rays. And yeah, now even a third one.
Especially with shield battery coverage, it's nothing you can do. Darkness is trying to make a game out of it, but it's 1 base versus 2. It's not a pretty situation. Prismatic alignment is being used, and all the roaches disappear in a blink of an eye. The base will soon follow, and the last to die will be the lava.
I think at this point the best hope of our Zerg
the
team
base
over
is
here
being
is...
saved.
Oh, okay, I think they're just gonna GG out.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's the wise choice. I think their only hope would have been that all the Protoss players get a stroke. And that's already unlikely with only 1 Protoss player being there.
So that puts a Jump Bomb team on a 2-0, Darkness team on a 0-2. Let's look at the standing set. Yeah, as soon as it's updated, we'll have Jump Bomb standing on top over all the other teams. Okay. I think challenge at for me. I wish I
Okay,
had one more screen, to be absolutely fair.
I can figure out who's the team leader of each team, apart from Team All In. Do we have a person called All In, or
No,
did they actually choose a
but
team
let
name that is not the name of their highest ranked player, their commander?
The team All-In comes from the clan All-In. It's being commanded by 9ek, and Of his players, the only one I know is your Badger because he plays in the.
So we have some guests this time around.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, I did not know.
Well, that does not surprise me. Okay. Let's see if we can find a game. Because Fluxio's finished. We're waiting. Oh. Could be Uncle Toby versus John Bomb. That could happen very soon because both teams are finished. While both Team Fluxio and Team Darkness will have to wait for Mothra and Olin to finish.
Yeah, they are in a 27-minute game,
Oh
which
my.
could end at every second, but maybe they're also playing the game of a lifetime and they're gonna sit.
Oh, we
there
have
for
a lobby link from Boolia.
And it looks like
Oh yeah.
Toby, I think.
Yeah. Boolia is in Toby's team.
Mm.
Toby wisely decided to give Boolia the rights to organize the whole thing. And look, we also have WCS Game Hard. That's the perk of having Boolia organize your shit.
Yeah. Working with professionals.
Yeah.
I mean, giving a shout out to Boolia for going through the hassle of organizing stuff like this. I guess it's always required. So thank you, Boolia, very much. Even though I never seem to be able to play. I think everyone here appreciates the effort you put in.
Oh yeah.
So I assume a Chundam Toby match is PvP.
Toby. John is playing. Yeah, they. Yeah. Remember now.
Okay.
I remember. I have good memory. I don't. Yeah, so for some reason my mouse is always captured. You'll see me pressing on random stuff. Well, I said ready. Puzzle isn't ready, probably.
I'm ready.
You're ready. Oh my.
There's no reason for me to not be ready. I don't actually have to press buttons.
Don't you have the instinct to split workers and the your knobs?
I don't.
Thankfully.
I don't. Do you?
No.
Do you sit there
I don't split
itching
workers
with your mouse to?
I only
It's
split
not
workers when I have a tournament or something. No, especially not. It's not a habit for me. Anyhow, on the bottom left corner of Ensign System we have the Uncle Toby, and it will show Boolia because, well, things happen. Anyhow, playing toss.
And on the other side of the map, we have also playing Protoss, Team Chundam.
It's just like the casting tool doesn't really like the format and decided that the only players is going to show the name of in the nameplate is the leader of the team. And this time around it was Bully on the other side, even though the team should be called Uncle Toby. So don't let yourself be fooled.
So, I wonder what we will see.
Well, it's a very standard opener from both players.
Yeah,
teams.
but I wonder what they're gonna follow up with. Because multitasking in PvP, like trying to use the many players and the huge attention span that you have, is kind of difficult sometimes.
That is true, but that could be said for like every matchup has at least one style that really gets more value from having more APM. For example, if you're playing PVX, any kind of Blink Stalker will have an advantage over most other tactics because the Blink Stalkers get so much value from having more APM. If you have a dedicated person from blinking for controlling the Stalkers themselves, it will deal so much more damage. It will look like there are good units. That's not. That was not. I was about to say something about that's a very interesting strategy from Team Jumbo.
For 1 second, I was very excited.
Yeah.
I was expecting the Phoenixes. I was seeing them.
Straight from 2017.
Yeah, we're gonna have like 3 Phoenixes, but they are gonna kill things very quickly.
I mean, I don't have any lifts to kill your army, but if I had any lifts, you would be dead. Trust me. All of that coming out from Boolea's team. It's now Boolea's team simply because it's in the nameplate.
Yeah. And double adept also from Team Jumbo. And does any team have... Okay, Team Toby has a probe in the wall. Team Jumbo does not.
Well, they have sentries, which are very bad against adepts. Forcefield is passing out a probe. And Jumbo is losing way too many probes than you should at this stage in the game.
Yeah, on the other side the adepts get in. There are adepts to defend though, and an oracle, and they still get 3 workers, which makes the game actually even, at least in the worker count things.
Now, it sounds strange that with 3 players we had no one looking at the wall trying to pile wall the adepts, but you missed the game where we had the main army of Terran and the main army of Protoss literally walk through each other before Terran realized that they could just steam a move and basically win the game, which they then lost because they did not have any medivac in true QuazI fashion.
I built medivacs when I played Terran.
Yeah,
land on my name.
After a long time, but you do.
Okay. I think, despite losing more workers, Team Jumbo just is better at building workers.
Well,
and has an expansion, but they also might be better at losing workers.
They will need a wall on the a pylon on the wall, because these adepts are going to finish the oracle is here too, and this is a probe massacre. Oh, nice though. Does it do anything against adepts? Does it save? Does it give the adept the? Do you force them to 3-shot probes instead of 2-shot with the guardian?
I think so.
A spell, you're right.
With the glaive or what?
Yeah.
No, the glaive isn't a spell. I know that for sentries, the 2 adepts can 2-shot a sentry, but with Guardian Shield, it's takes another extra shot. And I think in theory it probably goes for probes as well. Wait, how much damage did that do again? 22. No, I don't think it makes a difference on probes, but it makes a difference on sentries.
Oh, Cross
At least if
almost killed the rest of the adepts, and Jumbo, after losing 11 workers to Glorious Math, is forced to move out with just a few stalkers against a shield battery. Shield battery overcharges possibility here, so I don't think you can break this wall right now. Very adventurous stalker though.
clicking on the battery, and I think they can take the fight.
Blinking back, trying to save all the stalkers they can. Still, they're losing a few.
And
Probes have been pulled.
Blink versus no blink, but the stalkers are dying anyways.
They can try and kill the army that stepped way too much forwards now, but it's gonna be very expensive for Jumbo if the army decisively turns. Also, that's an immortal. Doesn't care about stalkers.
Yeah, the Immortal is the big tool that just shuts this down. No matter how much APM you have, unless you're Alpha Star, you're not gonna have the reaction speed to blink away
Yeah.
from Immortals.
I'm pretty sure it's an essential. We have 3 immortals, and this army of Jumbo cannot really stay here anymore. Actually, it could not from the beginning because it's even on stalkers, but now it's gonna cost a stalker just to try and go in, do damage, blink out.
The stalkers at the front might at least, like, they keep tabs on what the yellow team is doing, and they scare them. They drain a bit of battery energy,
Yeah,
and
I
as
don't
long
know.
as they don't lose them, they can be a good tool.
I really don't understand why Uncle Toby's team isn't pushing out this army. They have the firepower to do so, and they can push a little bit forward to try and defend the Pyro at least.
I think they're waiting for their upgrades to finish. They just started charge and +1, and they don't have, like, they have more workers. They don't have a reason to push out in the map. Wait, they don't have more. No, they do have more workers. Okay, I was shortly confused. They're up in eco, so they don't have a
Yeah,
reason.
that's true,
to
but they can
go
just
on the
push
map.
out up until the rocks to try and force this army back without loss.
Yeah, but they also don't have to, so it's not an issue. They can just sit back and chill and
Well,
probably just win in 5 minutes, or not 5 minutes, 2-3 minutes, as soon as charge finishes, which is 50 seconds.
anyhow, third base for Team Uncle Toby, as sort of the same time Jumbo is trying to catch up in eco. He's way behind though. 33 workers taking a third. It will be useful, but we don't have any worker production. The gases in the main are unsaturated.
They might be going for the...
That's an all-in. It has to
Yeah,
be.
they're just going for the mass salad strat, which
Then why do they
is
have?
like...
Why do they have a third then?
How does it? Maybe just to trick. Also, the main is starting to mine out, so it might...
That's
Maybe.
true, but I'll have to see. Templar Archive is about to finish for Team Uncle Toby, and if they manage to move a few Archons, they might be able to hold off at least this. With an Archon, I'm pretty sure they can hold off the main.
Yeah, with an Archon they can defend against this army, especially with the batteries. But I don't think they can defend
Archons
the
are being moved,
third place.
shield battery overcharge, and all the Zealots will disappear as soon as they try and step once more forward. Shield battery overcharge, keeping the Archon healthy, well, shieldy. That's a word.
In theory, the tech of Team Toby should be way superior. But if we look at the supply, there's a
That's a
30
massive supply
army
advantage.
supply lead for Team Shandon. But
Some of
the
this-
army supply is trash. So
Yeah.
I am not sure.
Like the Archons trade so efficiently against the Zealots, and the Immortals traded because they're now long dead. Very efficiently against the Stalker. There was a tiny bit of mismicro with the Immortals walking into their deaths, trying to target the Stalkers behind the lines, but even with that, the army, like, Uncle Toby's losing in the third, that's a given. And John Bomb is finally taking some steps back into the economy game, but the army, I still think that the army of Uncle Toby is simply superior. We also have the DT Shrine coming right behind it.
Yeah, and there's no Robo, no Stargate, no Observer, no Oracle. Not even I don't think there's even a forge for cannons on the other side of the map,
To
so...
be absolutely fair, except for the Twilight Council, there is no tech whatsoever for John Bomb, who's just trying to push his way in, trying to gain some value here and there. Another big engagement, but the Zealots are being left alone by the Stalkers, who are blinking back, and well, they are forced to disengage after losing a massive hit to their HP.
And now there are 2 DTs warping in, and 1 or maybe even 2 players of Team Toby will get to have a lot of fun controlling DTs, running through bases, just killing everything they want.
One here and one there.
Yeah,
I guess as soon as you hear the swipes, you can. Oh, yeah, no, that's an obs for bullet.
Yeah.
I thought they magically conjured an obs from somewhere. Now it starts the game of where did you put your robo? Can I break it before you do anything with it? I mean, they found the robo. They're not even attacking because they don't need to. The main army is here as well with the support of the DTs. There's no way you can hold this, and yeah, to be absolutely fair, I would have GG'd as soon as I heard the first swipe.
And some fighting spirit, maybe it was just 1 DT in the third base, so they might as well try. But yeah, the game was pretty over. So Team Uncle Toby goes up and takes the 1-point lead.
Currently, yeah, we still have game number 2, just in case you follow or you want pressure. The second map is decided by the losing team, but the winning team also has the opportunity to veto 1 single map. That is an interesting format to be.
I mean, it's a PvP. I'm not sure if any of the teams actually has a preference for maps, or if they're both just happy to play whatever map. Because,
it's a mirror match, so anything goes usually, unless you have like a very specific cheese you want to do on a specific map.
Yeah, and I don't think we will see a 1-gate expand, because like 1-gate expands are a bit tricky, especially if you have to communicate them as a commander.
What I would love to see though is a 4-gate all-in, or any variation of it, because it's way easier and you get much more use of the spare APM if you're on the aggressive side and have multiple units in the early stage of the game, where micro is all the more important.
That is true. You can even have like 1 person shade in adepts.
Yeah, true as well.
And
like any sort of early game aggression I would favor, especially for game 2. I've seen Dragnas being very consistent in his first game. I tried to go macro. The second game I cheesed the shit out of you. Didn't work out against Flaxia, true, but it was a good plan nonetheless.
I'm usually more in the team of putting like cheesing in the first game, putting the fear of the cheese into the hearts of the opponents, and then follow up with macro afterwards.
Yeah, there are many ways of thinking. I prefer, like, in a longer series, like a best of 5 or a best of 7, I usually prefer to play the first at least 3 games, 2 to 3 games, full macro, and then surprise them with the cheese, because after 3 games in a best of 7, you don't expect, like, they went all the time standard macro. You don't really expect any kind of cheese. And yeah, they're all like mind games you can do, so everything is good. There's no real meta to it, so you don't really have to conform to anybody, and just do whatever the hell you want.
Okay, Leo, I think they're waiting for you to tell them that you're also ready as a caster.
Hey.
Yeah.
They shouldn't wait for me.
I don't know. Last time you were ready.
Well,
everyone's ready. Who's the host?
Julia
is the host. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're not ready. Fake news.
He's not ready. Yeah, I expected that. Usually nobody waits for the caster for good reasons. They usually never say they're ready.
Yeah, I mean... Okay, there we go.
Also, who cares about the caster? The caster is not ready. Well, we can start anyway. It's not like they have to split worker at the beginning. They can introduce the player 20 minutes in if the game is still on. It's gonna be fine.
So yeah, we have this guy in the corner. We also have 5 bases taken on both sides.
On the top right corner, playing on his last base with 20 carriers, we have. Yeah. Jokes aside, on the bottom left corner of Royal Blood, we have in yellow the Protoss team, captained by John Bomb. Sorry, by Michael. By
Toby.
Thank you.
And in the top right, we have the Protoss team of John Bomb. And I think they're trying to at least equal the score. I mean, that's the best they can do from this position on. Because if I understood it correctly, there can be ties.
There can be ties. That is true. It's best of 2, whatever happens. So there's no decider after this. Again, standard builds, no cheese whatsoever from both players. I would have expected Bulia's team to go aggressive sometimes, because he really favors early game aggression, especially the ones with macro follow-up. But apparently his team leader was not of the same opinion.
Wait, what kind of aggression did you...
No, I just mean that usually Bulia prefers like 16 pools against Aaron.
Okay, you mean in the last game or...
No. I just mean in general, his playstyle.
Okay. Yeah, that is true. Bulia is... He wants to check if his opponent is actually paying attention.
Yeah. Also, to be absolutely fair, a 16... Oh wait, is that full wall from Uncle Toby's?
I don't think so.
I don't think you can... It's a very tight squeeze though.
If I think... Wait, can Stalkers work through this game? I always forget.
I don't think they can.
Ah.
I think only Adepts and Probes can go through, and Zealots.
Can Archons go through this gap by now?
No.
I mean, they got the diet.
Yeah, but they're still very chunky.
I don't know. I don't know how chunky they are now. I just know that they got the diet.
Ultras got a hell of a diet. Still, we got a proxy Stargate.
And we got a proxy pylon on the other side for the other team.
With a gateway.
A gateway.
Oh. So yeah, this is an aggressive build. I wanted to see one, and we have one. Turn boost on the gateway. Sorry, yeah, on the gateway reset. I'm
Okay.
correcting myself when I'm correct.
Team Toby spotted the adepts moving across the map, and they immediately put a probe on blocker duty.
I mean, at
So,
this point, considering you're doing a very aggressive build, you could just wall it and call it a day.
I'm not sure if they want to go full all in. It's only one proxy gate and only 3 gate. And there's not even an expansion on the other side of the map.
Well, they'll be all in as soon as the Oracle hits, unless they
Yeah,
recall.
but then a wall doesn't help them, so I'm not sure where they want to go with this now.
Okay, shield battery in the main will mean that the Oracle will have to take like 3 years to kill a single probe. And you can, it's not easy though.
Yeah, I think the Oracle runs out of energy. No, it doesn't run out of energy before the battery, but then there's overcharge. But now the energy on the Oracle is gone.
At the same time, on the other side, we have the Sokas pushing in, killing the only shield battery before he's even finished its sonar cancel kill. The pylon is getting depowered, and that's no production on Team John Bomb, who's taking massive losses on the army now. Actually trying to defend with the probes mainly. The probes are taking most of the damage, forcing the recall out of its opponent. And it's a hold, but both players are now kinda equal. Can the Stalkers fit through? No, I was correct.
Okay. Yeah, I think Team Jondon is just at an advantage. They have the Robo. They have a Stargate on the other side of the map. They are building a second Oracle, which means they will at least get some information on what the other team is doing, if not even get some probe kills. And the worker counts are basically even.
Yeah, it's a very even game, even though I kinda favor John Bomb's team so far because they still have an attack advantage. And even if I mean, the Twilight Council could be used very effectively, especially with charge. It will be very hard to hold with just Immortals and Stalkers, but for the time being, these Stalkers, they still cannot really get out in the map, especially because they don't have Blink yet. I'm the Oracle, trying to do something cheeky, killing 2 probes, pulling the score once more.
Yeah, I think Team Jondon also is sending down a probe to expand. So this game will transition into a longer game. And
Oh, nice use of the high ground by Bullia's team. Well, but Immortal is here. Doesn't care about your micro. Only cares about the fact that you're armored. Alright, so Uncle Toby now has to just defend this push, and they will be in a great spot in a few minutes because this base is already online. Double probe production is underway. Problem is, this is a scary push. If you push too far forwards, you get destroyed by the stasis. If you just stay back and try and force the enemy to attack into you, you get hammered by the mortar.
the team Uncle Toby currently has a 6 worker advantage. I'm not sure where they actually got that from. Their Nexus is not up that long, but to make that kind of a difference.
John Bomb's team cut production with probes for quite some time.
Yeah,
fell
they
behind.
must have.
Yeah.
I would like them to send the oracles into the main base or like behind the natural mineral line to pick up some probes. You have the players, so you might as well do it. And I think they're doing that, which definitely proves that they're listening in.
One thing I have to say though is that finally we have what we were talking about. So Oracle's behind the mirror line, trying to force the army of Uncle Toby to disengage. Okay, stepping forward into the stasis.
Nice. And the blink forward.
Oh my. That's a
That-
disaster for Uncle Toby, who's going to lose all the rest of the army that actually can try and save and salvage it.
It almost was a massacre, but
He's trying to hover on the other stasis sword and it rocks. My, he will lose the Some of is losing the immortal, but now he has the advantage on stalker numbers, even though he doesn't really have a blink. He has another immortal.
yeah, Team Chonbom has an equal army supply, but in the fights, the army of Chonbom's team looks
Yeah, attack is
way smaller.
strong apparently.
I'm not sure where all their units are. I mean, they have 2 Stalkers in the main base, 2 Zealots, a Stalker and an Observer in the natural, 2 Stalkers shooting the gateway in the middle of the map, and an Oracle flying around.
Some idle
Think-
probes here and there to spice up the scenery, I guess.
Yeah, I think if the Team Chonbom would have consolidated the forces a little bit better, they could have killed a lot more units with half of the yellow team's army being in stasis traps.
That's a desperation revelation. I don't know what the hell to do with this Oracle. Let's just revelate random structures. I'll see the time it's on the robotics, but
If you do it often enough, you will spot randomly tag the Dark Shrine, and you're like, oh, that's why I'm doing this. That's all the hundreds of revelations wasted on single pylons or gateways.
But let's face it, we're just you're just going to go. That's a long ass pylon to build.
No.
Oh my, that
no.
pylon is still building from 20 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Maybe they cancelled it and recreated it. That's
some effort. But there's no Dark Shrine. There's just Twilight Council. Not Twilight Councils. Templar Archives.
Templar Archive.
Coming for both teams.
Yeah, we're going to transition into the fluff balls of doom, also known as
Yeah.
Archons.
We will have Charge Archon versus Charge Archon. Which raises the question, are we back in 2000? I don't know, 17, 18?
17, I'm pretty sure, was the era of Phoenixes.
Ah, true. Right, 2000.
19 probably was the Archon Zella. Kind of
Yeah, we
style.
had this huge time where with the
Yeah.
2-base Charge Archon.
Then it
attacks.
became like capital ships were all the rage for some time, and then we're into this strange meta of we have 3 possible openers in PvP. Oh my, that's a new one.
Yeah, I remember. No.
I thought we were destined to play on 2 bases and forget about getting a 3rd ever. Observer scouting everything. Oh, the Stalkers were a little bit too far forwards, and it turns out that charge zealots are very fast. Still, the Oracle is finding some kills some way somehow. 5 of them even. 9. That's a very good Oracle. Forge coming
Again?
down for Uncle Toby, +1 already halfway done. Actually, almost finished for John Bomb.
Okay. Yeah, I was just about to say that Chonbom's team's army already looked so tiny, like standing in the middle of the map. 1 immortal and 5 zealots together with a few stalkers, and
Also
on the other
losing-
side there's a
Losing 2
huge
Archons for
amount of
free
stuff.
does not help with that.
Yeah, but like they at least put their units, like they pulled forth their reinforcements. But now there's the
Well-
counter-attack coming.
It's a disgruntled attack because the zealots from the defense were way too early to try and defend, but the army is back here and +1 is gonna make itself heard. as the units of Uncle Toby's team are simply disappearing from our sides.
That was a massacre.
Yep, it was. It was a very nice pincer attack, even if I don't think it was voluntary.
Yeah, one of the pincers was the base and the cannon, and the other one, and the other one was the entire
More
army.
like hammer and anvil, I guess I would call that.
I mean,
the strategy.
the anvil was a little bit weak.
Yeah, but it served its purpose.
Yeah, it was surprisingly effective, and now I struggle to see how Team Toby will make a defense against this
Again,
Protoss army,
like,
against the cotton balls.
there's no zealous for John Bomb, so the cotton balls are not really pulling their weight. They don't really have any low range unit to kill in mass, and these zealots from Uncle Toby are simply evaporating to the Archons, and yeah. One upgrade lead is way too much for Uncle Toby's team to contend with. The War Prism sealing the deal with the fast warpings on the front. Not even warping the okay. Not even morphing the Archons, they were.
Yeah, and there's the GG, and Team Jondom takes a point, and I think this is the first tie in the bracket, at least the first tie that we are aware of. If I remember correctly, right?
You remember incorrectly. I'm sorry.
There was another tie.
Yep.
Did I not see it correctly? Okay.
In the first round we had a tie.
Ah,
Team
okay.
Mothra tied.
I didn't see. Okay, then it's not the first tie, but it is a tie nevertheless. And at least this is the...
How the hell is Mothra versus Olin still not finished? Or maybe all the clan managers were busy and could not update. Hopefully it's the answer.
I think Team Mothra and Team Flaxia just enter the game because Mothra and Flaxia are both in a custom game for under 1 minute. So we just missed it by like 30 seconds. Just a little bit disappointing. So Team Dragoness might still be playing.
Page, or if the round 4 and 5 are clean. Pretty sure they were at first.
Will there be a finals of the best 2 teams or something
I don't
after
think
this?
so. It's 10 games already. It's 9 o'clock and we still miss 4 games. So we will be ending at 10 p.m. by looks of it. I don't really want to go any further. So
yeah, I was just.
Please don't give anybody any ideas.
Yeah, okay. I mean, we've had a long day.
If we can get some. Let's reload the page. Aha, now I can see all. Okay. So we're fairly sure that Mothra and Flax are playing. Hopefully Olin versus Draknas is happening. Well, I don't have any way to check though.
I think Draknas wasn't in a game. No, Draknas is not in a game, and he's sitting there with his party. And they're waiting for something. I'm not sure what. I think either they come back and they start the game, or we probably have to wait for Team Mothra and Team Fluxio to finish their first game. Or their second game. Wherever they are at. Wait, where did they go? I lost them. Oh no, I found them again.
Was just confused because I saw Chrono in a custom, but it seems they're just practicing. There's no way they already started Mothra vs Jumbo.
Wait, no, Chrono is not in the...
It says in custom.
Wait,
Custom is full.
Yeah, but Chrono is in a team with Mothra.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're playing against Fluxio's team.
Are they still? Oh, right.
I think so,
sorry.
right?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Just go.
And yeah, Team Toby and Chanbom, they have to wait for the conclusions of the other two games in round 3 anyways before they can play, so they will get a break, an extended break even.
Yep, this. Okay, I'm asking Uncle Toby if we can join in and banter a bit with them, since we're gonna wait anyway.
I don't see the voice chat.
I'm pretty sure you can enter whichever and we can drag you in, or I can leave you. Whichever. Well, they invited me, so probably see you
Okay.
later, unless you manage to
Okay.
enter.
Oh, I'm just gonna be here and sad,
Okay, be sad by
alone
yourself.
on my own.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hello.
Yeah, hello. What's up? Oh, so you want to talk to our whole team? I didn't know if you just want to talk to me. or
Okay.
I
the
don't
whole team
mind.
again.
I talked to the whole team of Flaxio. I
Okay.
just jumped in.
We have one of our guys is like he could only play for so long. Angraf, he had to go.
breaks.
Well,
Yeah.
Anchor's not be around, but he just we're supposed to play with Phoenix, and who didn't show up on time.
Oh.
And I don't see Phoenix now as well.
Okay, so we have a little bit
Shut
of
up for a
concern
little
over
bit.
our fourth player, whether or not where he is, but yeah, what do you want to talk to us about?
Well, I just wanted to hear your opinions on the last 2 games. How's it going generally? How you're finding yourself in commander mode?
It's good. I mean, like the thing with commander mode, right, is that people we all practice different things on ladder, right? Like we all have our different skills, so it's like me as the commander trying to get a read on what my team knows how to do, and then how we can like put that together so everybody has a job that makes sense. So sometimes it's worked out, sometimes it hasn't. You know, we've had some times where people were like, "Oh, I didn't quite think I was supposed to do this with that," and like, oh, okay, maybe just like lack of experience on that. But there have been times where like some people have really impressed me, and we've had we've had a lot of wins so far, so I'm hopeful.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen. Let me check your history. You tied 2-1-1 you're very high in the rankings, to be absolutely fair. Only Team Jumbo is above you.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's going pretty well, it seems.
Oh, pretty well.
Well,
We had a really,
Team
really
Fluxor
nice-
might get.
Yeah,
Wait,
maybe Team Fluxor will
it's-
catch up. We had Team Fluxor's number though. We counted them. We had like a build order counter on the second game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
If I could brag myself for the strategic mind.
That was beautiful. They were so sad.
We just totally shut them down.
Very important for them. But yeah, I mean, it's going so far so good. I think most of the team are very balanced between each other. I've seen like especially like especially you and Flaxio are very well rounded when it comes to the kind of players you have. So you have a variety of builds. I think the only teams I haven't seen doing so well is Team Darkness, because they don't look so cohesive. I don't think, at least not as much as.
It's tough to be cohesive, man. It's definitely tough. I think we've been doing a pretty good job though. But yeah, I don't blame him, man. It's hard to get everybody on the same page. Is that kind of what you mean? Like just like the team coordination?
Yeah. Yeah,
And I know
Also
the
team
teams with more. I was saying like I think my team is probably having an advantage from having less players because it's just easier to manage 3 people than 4 people.
yeah, but you
like,
also have
frankly.
like lower total MMR. I've seen
Oh,
people do fancy stuff with so many people though. Like
Yeah, maybe. It's tough though. The just on like a human management level.
yeah, especially in PvP, I've seen like in the last game you had I think one person dedicated to oracles, while no, sorry, that was Jumbo. Had 2 oracles trying to deal stuff on the behind while the main army was on.
Yeah,
Like,
no, exactly. That
Yeah, we
kind of
mirrored
multi-pronged
it.
stuff. We've done some of that too. I think that's really good for this format.
Yeah, I think that's it. Having less people, that's the only place you really fall behind when it comes. Like you have less people. Just a second.
Potentially.
All right. So I'll leave you guys to it because I have another game to cast. Since like
Okay.
All right.
I don't think there's anybody else casting this, is it, Julia?
Well, there is a Team Olin have their first-person view, but
Oh, right.
apart from that, no, you're the only caster today. And
Alright.
You
Keep
still
up
have
the good work.
Quazal hang out with you, or
Hmm?
did Quazal leave?
No. He's not able to join the voice chat, so I'm doing the interviews alone.
I see.
I see.
Oh, anyhow.
You should have told me. I would have given him the role so that he could.
Yeah, no,
join.
my bad. Anyhow,
Okay.
guys, I really have to go because they're starting the other game.
Alright,
Yeah,
see ya.
nice talk.
Alright.
Good
See
luck.
you.
Have
Okay.
fun.
Good luck.
And we're back with QuazI.
Yes, I got upgraded again. I can talk. I can talk and stream again. I'm important.
Also, it might be that Bulia after or in a few minutes, because I think they're still in downtime. He might upgrade you to see all the voice channels, so we can join together to do the interviews and stuff.
That is great. I heard the interview that you did.
Well, it's always fun to do. I really have no idea what I should be asking. To be absolutely fair.
The hard-hitting questions.
That said, on the bottom left corner of the Instant System, we have the Zerg team, it's Dragnes team.
And on the top right side, we do have Team All In. I think they're from the All In clan.
That would be correct. Not all the players are.
And they have very own sewer badge on their team.
Oh yeah.
I don't know where they came from, but they are here.
From the sewers, apparently.
And yeah, maybe he just stuck them up. Sewer badge did it.
Look at that, double barracks opener against Zerg. That's
That
kinda
already
interesting.
looks filthy. I
Very
know that
filthy.
it's like double barracks openers are something that a lot of the
That's a
Korean
triple barracks though.
Terrans.
That's a triple barracks. Look at that SCV.
I
Oh,
think
yeah.
even triple barracks is something like 3x Reaper is something that a few of the Korean Terrans have been doing again. Just like on the low ground walling off and then transitioning into a macro game like the old Beyond stuff, something
Yeah.
like that. And Beyond is like one of the
Used to
guys
be
that's really
like
doing it again.
2 years ago. It was very common to see a triple Rex Reaper against Zerg. Nowadays, not so much. I don't think. I think.
I don't think 3 years ago. I think you're thinking like 2016.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
that's not quite 2 years ago.
Yeah. I mean, time is relative anyway. But yeah, nowadays I think every Terran prefers to go late game against Zerg. Or at least they really love the bio phase. Okay, first Reaper
Yeah.
coming out, comes here, looks at stuff, kills, well, starts killing the Zerglings, nice round, but it's not enough, and the Reaper goes up.
I really hope for the Terran players that they don't. Oh, I think the Queen could have gotten the. I think the Reaper will die, and no, the Queen did not walk. The Queen did not walk. Reaper escapes, which is really unfortunate because if you start killing Reapers early, it takes out so much momentum from the Terran player.
Yeah.
It
Now
makes
we
the whole
see
way easier.
cool thing. One player is clearly distracting on the front, while at the same time 2 Reapers are being controlled by another player in the main base. Nice wall with the evolution chamber though, sorry, with the spawning pool, which will force the Reaper to back down a bit. Spinecrawler will anchor the defense for some time, but this rush is still untouched basically when it comes to the Reaper count and the regenerate, so it's gonna get
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah, but the Zergs have been doing a great job. We just saw one drone die with the last dive in.
Alright,
And-
speed is finished. The links are mostly dead though.
Yeah, but
I think it was a favorable trade for the Reapers, all things
Yeah.
considered. But now that's a lot
Hmm.
of Zerglings. You don't have enough Reapers.
I'm not sure if the Zerglings wanna run out. Oh no! Oh,
Nice
it's around.
micro, but the mines are doing more damage than good here for the Reapers, and the rush has been cleared off. You should, like, at this point, I would either finish the wall as soon as possible and try to make a bunker. Yeah, that's it, or simply evacuate the low ground because you saw the number of links that was coming. Oh, CC to wall.
Yeah. Oh no! There's a hole in the wall.
Yeah.
There's 2 holes in the wall, I think.
Yeah.
I think this
Oh, that's too late.
this is rough.
Yeah, that's.
And
That's un-
all the barracks are building add-ons. There's 2 Reapers, and 2 Reapers are not quick
No.
at killing Zerglings.
Way too few Reapers. I mean, they can hold the high ground for sure, but we don't have any tech to try and really deny the Zerglings on the low ground. We don't have a siege tank, for example. And the Zergling tank can simply kill everything that was building in the wall. That needs to be cancelled very soon, though.
I do think if the Terran team would have had their barracks, at least 2 of the barracks on the low ground in the wall, they could have defended this very easily, and then they would have been in a
Much more favorable spot.
yeah. I think they would have even been in a good spot after forcing the Zerg to build that many links.
With this damage, we're left in a game where the Draken's team has 40 workers against the 20 of the all-in team, who's just now starting to actually get hold of the natural, and there's still a hole in the wall, the same very wall that killed them, almost. Now, fun fact about big structures, the 4x4s, so town centers as they're commonly referred to. a whole. Their hitbox is not the same as the build hitbox. Like, they do not really force the unit out of all the 4 slots they are made of.
They don't have corners, right?
Yeah, exactly. They lack the last corners on all 4 ends. And in some cases it's even more than that, because very small structures, for example the pylons, even if they're touching one corner, even though they should, like, they will still give some leeway for some very small units to pass through, like Zerglings and such. So walling off with command centers and Xi and all that stuff is very tricky, unless you know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, and
Lots of
I'm
things.
wondering what the game plan of
Oh,
the
that's
Terrans is.
That's an unfortunate changeling on the wrong side of the cliff.
He's just standing out there, shouting over the
guys,
wall. Hey,
I'm a marine. Please open the wall.
I'm one of you guys. Let me in.
You forgot to move me in.
But the Marines, they don't trust this weird fellow that's just gurgling outside of the wall, and they just shoot him without mercy.
He goes in himself. He says, "You know what? If the changeling cannot do its job, I'll do it myself." Oh, ow, ow! Gauss cannon, Gauss rifles really hurt, and it doesn't really get a scout, especially of the starport with the reactor add-on. That could indicate some sort of movement. I'm not really sure. We might see some aggression with 2 medivacs full of marines with steam and shields. No.
Yeah, but even without seeing them, the Zergs shouldn't be catched off guard by this.
Yeah.
It's 8 minutes into the game.
Also,
They're on 70 workers. They do have Bane speed and 1-1. And the Terrans are just building their E-base while the 2-2 of the Zerg is coming on.
Usually
Starting up
the
already.
rule, if I recall correctly, with Zerg is as soon as the first push from Terran happens, you either need to have Bane speed or +1 melee weapons. If you have both, you'll be very happy.
Yeah, and it's not even a full push. It's
Mutas
more,
for Zerg. Now Mutas I really like in this scenario. Banelings are absolutely enormous here, and drop is cleared with basically no losses from Zerg.
I think.
Mutas are being shown, but they were very close to dealing some damage, and they also killed the 2 medivacs, so...
I think the Terrans, they have to become one with the turtle. They have to pick the spirit animal, and then they have to go with it. And I'm not sure if they even can, or if it's too late.
I mean,
and the
they
Mutas
can
will just kill them.
try and force some sort of base trade, but it's not really an option to go for mainly marines against banelings on creep. So they will not be fast enough, and even though they are defending their mineral lines from the mutas, I fear for the future, because Ragnas, I'm pretty sure, is smelling blood in the water. He's building so many Zerglings. He wants to try and force some sort of engagement here. Try and check the waters, kill the tanks, which are very hard to place.
This engagement was very good for the. This engagement was very, very good for the Terran. All of the mutas almost die. A lot of mutas are being rebuilt, but mutas are not cheap. They are not for free.
And I can very confidently say that it was fine for the Zerg until it wasn't.
I think it's still very fine for the Zerg.
Well,
and
the situation is, but that prod there on the third base of Terran was exactly what you would call manual, like standard or perfect.
Yeah, now the Terran can very safely secure 4th base, and there shouldn't be too much issue with it going up. And once the Terran has 4 bases established, I think, unless they keep losing all their stuff to banelings, that was a bit rough.
I missed most of that because I was watching lanes kill random units in the map. But
yeah, I think as long as the Terrans don't continue doing that, they should be able to survive.
Oh, the Muta player was not on sync with the Zerglin player, and the Zerglins are left to die in an engagement that could have been won massively by Zerg, I'm pretty sure.
There seems to be some miscommunication on the Zerg team.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about in the interview with Uncle Toby and the rest. The main weakness of Dragna's team, it seems like it's their inability to communicate. I don't see them as cohesive as the other teams, but when it comes to full-on macro, if you let them do their stuff and the army player has all the right tools, I think they are still very, very good. Armory goes down. It's not too much of a blunder because +2 is already started on both ammo and weapons.
The armory is getting rebuilt immediately.
Yeah, I'll need it in a while. Not too much of an issue. More missile turrets have been built all over the base. The Terran doesn't really have the minerals to spare, but they need the defense from the mutas to try and think about an attack. Even though I don't really see an attack, especially with this army composition from Terran, really working, especially on creep. As I said, paintings are not to be trifled with.
I think the Terrans, they need to think about like what their winning condition is, and I think at this point in the game, their winning condition is to no longer build Marines. They build Ghosts, they build Thors, they build Ghosts, Thors, Hellbats, and maybe some Liberators, Planetaries, Orbitals.
Yeah.
And some of the bio, I mean, they can keep a few. I mean, there's mutas, so not even drops are really an option to deal some damage because they will just get killed instantly.
Yeah, especially with mutas out. What Terran should do, in my opinion, and apparently in yours too, is to build just an army that cannot be stopped. You cannot drop anymore, so you cannot really do any damage on the other side of the map. So you just need to build an army so big, so strong that it can just barrel through everything that Zerg has, even if they try to rebuild.
I'm not even sure if they can try to like build an army that can barrel through, because the Zerg has the entire map. If you look at it, everything is purple. The creep and the bases in the creep. And
the fifth base of Terran goes down. It was a planetary fortress, so it was a very expensive loss for them. Still, Terran is taking a few wins here and there, especially with the split. They will be able to, at the same time, clear creep and kill 2 bases. The defense is not as perfect, perfect. Close to perfect as the attack was, and Dragna's team is taking a few more losses here, there, and everywhere. Managed to clear off the first drop, but they had to show ultras.
Yeah, but
I'm not too sure what for.
I mean, why don't get it? Like, you can burrow some banelings. I mean, with all the creep, there's gonna be scans anyway, but when the creep is gone,
the infestors though.
Infestors could be good, but I don't think they are needed. I think the Terrans are lacking the supply and the answer to Thors. They don't have Marauders in huge numbers. They don't have Ghosts.
They have a Ghost Academy, so Ghosts are an option. They're just not being built at the moment. I think that considering it's mostly Marines and they're in a big clan, I think a single parasitic, sorry, not parasitic bomb, a fungal growth would massacre the army. Killing the Ghost Academy is a big take though, as there is just one in production.
And one Ghost has to do some heavy lifting.
I mean, it needs to be a Nova Ghost in order to do something at this point.
Yeah, and then this Ghosts are not really the strongest units. I'm not sure if the Ghosts can do the heavy lifting that is required.
I mean, this army of Zerg is retreating an engagement. I'm pretty sure they could at least trade evenly. At the same time, you have Terran trying to step on creep into the bases, but the ultras are so strong against this. This biomass. Oh my. They cleave so hard.
Rarely do you see ultras actually being this good, but usually the Terran also has answers for the ultras, and
Usually the second you see an ultra, you hear pew 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 and the ultras disappear in mass.
maybe Marines should get sniper rifles.
Oh yes. You know what? We should give all Terran players the Marines from Nova, even the drop ability.
I'm not a co-op player, and I'm not a campaign player.
Well, basically, they get Nova gets Ultramarines that can drop from the sky, like the final phase of the campaign.
They also get a range upgrade, right?
They get range upgrade, they get vision upgrade, and they pack a punch. Let me tell you that they can kill an ultra.
I mean, as a recently also Terran player, I would like that. It seems balanced. Just give me 3 Marines to solo a Zerg army or something.
I think they spawn in groups of 4.
I mean, I also take them 4. I'm not picky.
They cost like 450 minerals or something like that, or even 600 to spawn 4 of them. But trust me, they can kill a Colossi by themselves.
Oh, nice. So they're basically Protoss units.
Yes. They get warped everywhere, they get super range, mega vision, lots of health.
So all it took to make Terran units really good is to transform them into Protoss units.
True. Also, their steam doesn't take life, it gives him regen ability. If I recall. I haven't played co-op in a long time. Checking it on NA was not the brightest choice. Now the question is, where is game? Are they doing beta? Are they
They're probably thinking. I don't think they are in game. I just checked and they weren't.
I mean, we're talking about Terran and a Zerg team. They really need to think.
Oh, there is, I think, a lobby. No, there's no lobby. Why does it show Dragons in game now?
Did they forget to invite us? That would be sad.
I checked, I couldn't join a lobby. Like 5 seconds, and then it just immediately jumped to in-game. That's the game trolling me.
Well,
I think that's what just happened. They just went without us.
oh, we missed the bus. Say so.
Oh, okay. I was just wanting to talk about how vetoing in TVC is, or like not vetoing, but like picking maps in TVC can be, like, it's at least a little bit more tricky than vetoing and picking maps in PvP, where it doesn't really matter.
Well, it's a mirror match.
Yeah, but in TVC there's like some maps that, like, I don't know how the Terrans want to play, but there are a few different maps that lead to like, I would say I would prefer to play as Terran on them versus Zerg, like New Humanity and Babylon. With Babylon having those rocks that you can break down, and then you have those pushes that very hard to get rid of. Okay, who else is playing? Everyone is in games.
Are we strength? Us versus pregnancy. Well, I know that. It's been. Fluxus should have finished now, but they're waiting on Team Olin as well. So
Yeah. Okay, so there is Team All-In versus Team Dragness going on, and then there's Team Shanbam versus Team Mothra going on, I think. Yeah.
I don't think I've covered Bomb. No, sorry, Mothra yet.
Mothra. I mean, maybe
don't
they
think I
have a
did.
game 2 that we can join after the first one is done.
Well, we have a
Oh, Mothra and at least Mothra's team is in replays right now, so I think they are currently done. Maybe we can join in there for game 2.
can you whisper him? Whatever. I'm thinking that the only things that my tiny Protoss brain cannot keep up. Very tiny. No, Sandra.
Okay, I'm currently, I think they just got done with game 1.
So we can join.
And I asked Mothra if he can invite me for game 2. And I'm just gonna sit there and
It's Fluxus versus no, wait.
Jundam.
Dumb versus Moth.
I'm just gonna sit there and repeatedly right-click their names so that I can join the lobby before they can press go. Because apparently doing that every 10 seconds was not enough for Team Dragness and Team Olin.
10 seconds. You need to be faster.
Yeah. Apparently being a caster is even being the co-caster, being the second one on the job is not a stressful job. I thought I'm just gonna come here and I'm just gonna tag along and get to shit talk a few people.
You
without
thought and
exposing
that was your
themselves by
first
playing.
mistake.
Maybe. I mean, I have to try at least.
True. Um, it's it's really painful in these kind of scenarios. But I usually follow. If I do that, there's even more. This is one of those cool situations where every move you make is a losing one. Tesla. I mean, I know why, but
I mean, yeah, it's hard to find the players that you're actually looking for. And they're taking a long time to veto the map.
I mean, they have one veto, and then the other team peaks. How hard can it be?
I mean, maybe they have some big brain thinking going on. Trying to do some 4D chess on maps. What race is Team Offer even playing? Do you know?
Well, I have a glorious spreadsheet. Okay. The spreadsheet says Zug.
Zerg. Okay, so we will get a Zerg versus Protoss. Which is a matchup that I... Right, did we watch?
Thank you.
I just watched... I think I just watched you cast it before I joined you.
What?
Team Greatness versus Team John Bomb.
Oh, yeah.
Where they were carriers.
There were carriers.
Um,
And they were against lurkers and hydras.
yeah.
It was not a happy fight for. Oh.
Okay, that does not look like they actually want to play another game. They're just sitting there doing nothing.
They're taking a pause.
Yeah.
I mean, all players by now have been playing for hours and 5 straight.
I mean, if you're 4 people in a team, and 3 of you are playing, I mean, one can just take a break. That might be some big brain idea for like competitive commander mode or like competitive Archon,
Competitive
where you
Archon.
just play like games really quick and you don't actually get pauses and you just cycle in players. Everyone joins the lobby and then one player just is like, okay, goodbye. I'm gonna be back in 5 minutes because you won't need me for the first 5 minutes anyway. And then they just like take their breaks during the games.
Like, you see the losing team on the last live. They play with all 4 person, even though they will get burn out because otherwise they're out of the tournament. It would be cool, like making a 4-team Archon goes on, and like Evans. still going. Up. Technically.
Okay. But maybe Dragnes and Team Olin will finish their game before that, and we can join into one of the follow-up games there. But I guess they will also want a short break. I think they finished their game, which means that round 3 is fully done.
Oh yeah. Seems like Team Olin won.
Now we only have round 4 and 5 left.
Yeah, with round 3 finished, we can now. Team Mothra versus Jump Bomb doesn't start soon. It's no problem because round 4 is just starting. Luxio is already calling for Team Olin, so maybe we can join Fluxio.
Yeah, then we have a full 2.
Julia has a lobby. Fluxio has a lobby.
Okay, wait, which lobby do we want to join?
I'll let you.
I mean, wait, which?
Decide quickly though.
Okay, I think I've seen Team Dragnes and I've seen Team Toby, but I have not seen Team Fluxio yet.
Team Fluxio it is.
Although that's a TVT, I think, right?
It's fun.
It's a TVT.
Is always fun.
Oh no, mistakes were made. Mistakes were made.
Fluxio being a bully as per usual.
I should have said we should join Bullia's Link. But no, it is too late.
I let you choose and you choose poorly. I will blame this entirely on you.
Okay. I mean, maybe. I mean, they're called Team Olin. So maybe the games will be entertaining.
Well, activities can be entertaining.
They can be entertaining, yeah, but they can also be World War I simulator.
Well, yeah, that's why they're entertaining, though, right? Because you see people doing stupid mistakes and rushing people to the front, even though they will die to mass tank fire.
Yeah, I think I'm probably kind of biased. I do have the deep hatred of tanks, but I think I can get over it, at least for one series of TVT. I think it should be the only TVT that is played in this entire thing. And so it's still worth casting. Although maybe a little bit painful.
Well, hopefully they move us out of Fluxio's team as well.
I would like to see your Micro Marines.
No, I would micro a single SCV, and I would try as best as I can to destroy, to block every single building they make. It's probably going to be hard, but it can be done.
Okay. And the game is on. Currently both teams would like to recruit the casters as extra players. I'm not sure if they are aware that that would not help them out. But man, I don't think that's gonna happen.
All right. So, bottom right corner of Dragon Dragon Scales, we have Fluxio team in blue playing Terran.
And in purple on the top left side, we have Team All-In or Clan All-In. And there is already some intensive trash talk going on.
I mean, probably there's one player doing all the macro because you don't really have much to do in the beginning.
Yeah, it's very intense. Everyone is just doing. Like, I feel like everyone is typing.
Yeah.
The commanders are probably molding. And
well, considering one of the commander is Fluxio, I can imagine that.
that is true.
And we have to thank something that Fluxio is not playing with a Protoss team, because imagine trying to place a wall with Fluxio. He would already mold at the first pylon.
I mean, I was talking to him earlier, and he was talking about how he didn't have a plan for TVT, and I think Flux's team's macro player is Rexo, Triple Helix, and as Dr. Helix as he goes right now on Battle.net. And the issue with him is that he is a Zerg player. And Zerg players usually don't think that much about building placements, and with Terran Productions, building placement can be a bit tricky. Especially in a TVT where tanks are the all deciding unit.
Yeah, but we see already a tiny bit of an advantage on the times for the Stargate for Fluxio team. The All-In team is a little bit behind, but they already have a reactor, while the barracks of Fluxio has produced 2 Reapers, and they're just waiting for the Alien to go and I do some harassment. So far so good, but it looks like, especially in the earlier stages of the game, we will have, actually no, it's just a tiny bit slower, but All-In team will have a good defense against the typical harass. It won't be as easy to take the low ground though as Team All-In. Ah, but they're just going defensive. They're waiting for the Reapers with the Hellions. Now the question is, oh, that's a medevac. That's a medevac. Spot. So they want to lift everything into the main.
That can be. Oh no, the Reapers are gonna all. Okay, they're paying attention.
And 3 Hellions turns out to be 2 Hellions. I've worked out the math. The Reapers are doing a splendid job in denying the Hellions from...
Oh my god.
And the Hellions
Hellion
from Flash.
Flash.
Very, very good against Reapers, turns out. Finally, the attack from Flaxio is denied, but it's not actually. A Hellion with 3 HP and a Dream. The Dream is to kill SCVs, don't get hit though. It's a game of
I think
chicken.
that Hellion gets to retire.
I think it gets to die to SCVs.
Yeah, there's a
Oh my.
Liberate on the other side of the map. There's a Cyclone that... Okay, the team is paying attention. And the Cyclone is coming to the rescue. But I think that single Liberator equaled out the game, yeah.
Yeah, as long as workers are concerned.
Yeah, like right now, the biggest advantage of the blue Terrans is the second CC, because it's already turned into an orbital. So it's already could have been dropping mules. And they have a gas in the natural, which, if they were mining from it, would be good, because then they could build tanks and units from the starport, but right now they can only build from one of each.
One thing I have to say about both teams that have displayed so far is that we've seen in some of the games before, the main problem is when the attack comes into the main base. That is because we have the macro player who has no army because he's not allowed control of the army that needs to defend. He's the one that is looking at bases, so he's the one that can react the fastest. Some of the teams, like we saw the Draken's team before, has a hard time moving the units, especially the queens, in the right position to defend. While this time around we saw the Cyclones, the Reapers and the Hellions being very well positioned and ready for the attack, and a very good reaction by both players, probably due to communication inside the team, or maybe they just designed the defense to be handled by the macro guy, and they left a few units just for the specific purpose of defense. So
to be fair, communication is pretty imbalanced. I think we should ban it.
Oh yeah, we should we should let everyone play, but the commander has to say all the inputs through chat.
Yeah, or they just have to be, they're just allowed to write in emojis.
Well, it's all fine and cool until you swap out of Marines, SCVs, and probes and drones, because that's the emojis you have, right? Actually, Protoss would be imbalanced once more, because you have so many...
Oh yeah, you can rush.
Emojis. Lots of pings going for the Olin team, and they're moving out. They get scanned, they move out with the Raven. I think it clipped the Medevac as well, so Team Flaxio should know that there is an attack coming. They have 3 tanks. Team Olin does not have enough interference matrices to try and deny all of them, but at the same time...
I'm getting PTSD. I was playing early on this map. I was not playing Terran, but I was playing against Terran. And there was a siege up on like at a triangle base to the main base at the back, and then the Terran lifted in with 3 medevacs, and I couldn't clear the position.
Well,
but
on the bright side for Flaxio,
that.
We see... Oh, that's a drop. Go drop. Flaxio has the air war already won.
Yeah, but if all his units are... Okay, no, the air units are not gonna die to Marines. I was shortly afraid that the Vikings and Ravens are gonna fight the Marines while the front
I think
collapses.
the Vikings going to try and defend the base was a little bit of an overcommitment of your forces, because they should have just shoot away that single medevac. Without the medevac, this fight cannot happen any longer.
Yeah. I think at this point, if Team Fluxio gets a siege tank, yeah, they're getting a siege tank on top of the ledge any second. Ooh, this is a big contain, but I don't think it's feasible. I don't think they can keep it.
No, without air superiority, you get killed by the leapfrogging of the tanks. You cannot contest the Vikings, because if you contest them with Marines, they die to siege tank fire, and if you try and give vision with the medevacs, they just get killed. And the Vikings, after all, can just land safely on the tank also.
Yeah, there are 2 Vikings on the hunt for the Raven at the triangle base, and the Vikings from the other side get the Raven.
Okay, all 3 tanks have been disabled. They cannot even unsiege and move, so they are forced to die there.
I think this was a overcommitment out of Team All In.
So very still Marine, but they do have a medevac to support them. It's a repeat of the same old scenario in the middle of the map this time around. We do have scans for Team All In, so they will be able to alleviate the disadvantage. And with that, they can even clear out all the tanks that were attacking, but the force from Fluxio can still deal damage, because after all, if the Vikings land in a mineral line, they deal enormous damage to mechanical.
That they do. And there are 2 Vikings on the way to the other side of the map.
Vikings still clearing out the medevacs, forcing the army to consider twice whether or not they want to stim. Another movement on the low ground to connect the 2nd and 3rd base takes out a tank, and again, it is a very good position to have if you can handle the Vikings. I don't think this is good enough for Team All In. It can be easily cleared with a tank.
I do think, like, they're setting up. They have a drop in the main base. They're defending the Vikings on the other side of the map. They have a 20 supply lead, and they have the position on the other side of the map that, like, it can be broken, but to break it, Team Fluxio needs to get their units together and actually, like, make a joint effort of the Vikings and the ground forces.
Multi-prong attack on the 3rd base of Fluxio will mean that the defending units from one side will be cleared, and Vikings are forced to land to try and kill the Marines before they deal too much damage. But this allows nothing, because they all the Marines died in here, so they could not force an issue.
Yeah, but I don't think it was good enough for Team Fluxio.
Well, he still has vision advantage. That means that the tanks will be able to clear out the opposing team. He will lose this base though. He's trying his best to defend, but it's not enough.
Yeah, they're gonna...
to repair, I think that's a waste.
No, yeah. Yeah, I think Team Fluxio is just going to sit on 2 bases. And maybe they're gonna take all their stuff and move across the map in 1 Hail Mary. And
alright, those are
maybe
Fluxio
with a good
pings.
engagement.
Those
yeah,
I think
Fluxio is just there, probably screaming at his team to just F2 move across the map and hope to stim and win.
Yeah, after all, it's TVT. A good siege up can win the game, but not all tanks were sieged.
Was not good.
And that means that the army has been cleared, and I think this is just GG for Team All In.
Yeah, they're down. They're not only down like half the bases, they're up with 2 bases against 5.
We haven't even said anything about the upgrade advantage. It's +2 against +0. +2
Yeah.
+1, sorry.
It's, yeah, the second +2 upgrade is finishing in 10 seconds, and it's... I mean, you still have tanks at the ramp on your natural, but...
They're trying. Oh god, they're trying.
I think at this point... Yeah, I think at this point, Team All-In could switch into Mass Marine and just continuously ram them up the ramp and
Yeah, also there was a
win out the
drop in the main base that could not have been denied.
Yeah.
Well, that was a game of TVT.
It was a game of TVT, and nobody sat around camping. So
That's true, it was very aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like it was very aggressive out of Team All-In, and Team Fluxy always like they tried to stabilize, and then they stabilized kind of, and then there was the next thing that threw them off immediately after they were stabilizing, and they never actually got to do their own attack. I mean, apart from the first Reaper Hellion interaction, which was
that's true.
Very sick. I like that one Hellion.
If only they didn't lose as many workers to the Liberator, it might have been a very different.
Yeah, that is true. But they do get a second chance.
Oh yeah, a chance to tie it up. Looking at the group stage, it looks like Team All-In started very rough, but now they're getting the hang of it, and they're finally they managed to tie up against Ragnas, and they're already up 1 against Flaxio, who has not been the most powerful team, but it was one of at least it was middle of the pack so far.
Yeah.
They're slowly climbing back.
Okay, Team Chandam is the only team that actually has 2 wins so far.
I just noticed, in fact, the round 4 and round 3, round 3 was a full-on tie. Everybody tied. That is interesting.
Yeah, but maybe this is the chance of Team All-In to crawl back out from the last place and yeah.
If they
try to
win,
make it.
And Jumbo always loses.
I mean, technically, this bracket is fully open.
Yeah. It's
for
fully Team Dragnes and Team All-In, they have to check the head-to-head score against Team Jumbo. But yeah, it can still be fully.
Yeah, I mean, I think at least everyone has a chance to get in a second place. I'm not sure if a first place is really in the like a possibility for Team Dragnes and Team All-In with like other comparisons and tiebreakers.
It all depends on Team Jumbom, who already played and won against both of them.
Oh.
So Jumbom is assured to be. Sorry, Jumbom assures that they cannot be first. It's literally impossible.
Leo, where are you?
Where am I? I did not receive the lobby link.
There is no lobby link.
Alright. Game number 2 will be played on Royal Blood. Well, I mean, it's a decent enough map. Has
I
lots
like
of
it.
ledges for, sorry, lots of up and down for the tanks to be seen on.
Yeah.
Fun.
I like it. I like the tile set. I like the brown. The
Oh, you
blue
just like the
tiles.
colors. Sorry. I was thinking about the map configuration and stuff. But no, the colors. You like the carpets on the bases, right?
Those are really amazing.
Anyhow, bottom left corner, Royal Blood. On a blue and yellow orangish carpet, we have Fluxio Space in blue playing Terran.
And in the top right, we do have Team All In that is maybe starting their comeback. Yeah, I mean, I was said like that's Team All In. I already said the name. What are we just cycling? Okay,
I don't know.
there we go.
I don't know. I was bemused by the by all the talk.
Yeah, I mean, Team All In might be scheming their comeback.
Yeah, you sneak that in.
So they.
Oh,
I wonder what. Oh, what is
fake
this?
proxy by Fluxio team.
I mean,
I love that.
the other team is scouting, which is an important step to actually the fake proxy making any sense.
Yeah, true.
But
So-
now is the question: will they figure out that it's a fake? Oh my god, they
Ah.
see it immediately.
Like the second.
Yeah.
Hey, look out.
That was a quick scout. I'm not sure if this. I guess the Team Fluxia now doesn't have a ramp or like not a wall at the ramp.
Well, yeah, there's a big problem if the opposing team goes for the standard 3 Hellion run by. They can deal massive damage if they manage to sneak into the main, but luckily for Team Fluxio we have double marine production. That means
Yeah, we have not only double marine production, we have a SCV on the bottom right of the map.
oh, that's a starport. Very interesting.
And I am wondering
Proxy
what
medevac.
unit.
Strangely enough, I think it's gonna be proxy medevac.
I don't think so. I feel
Come
like
on.
proxy medevac is the most useless thing ever
Come on.
if you don't put Hellions.
Oh, the supply
Of
block
all the
though.
things.
The supply
Of-
block. Okay,
of-
it has to be a liberator because they're not halfway across the map.
I think it's gonna wait. What is
Reactor. Double
this?
liberator. Or maybe double Viking. And they just go like mass drops.
Okay, I was expecting something like a BC Banshees.
No.
Like, not a medevac.
Unless they,
but
they misclick.
maybe they're gonna build double medevac and
No, they should be across the map already. They like the Marines. If you want to do something stupid like that, it's usually done. I've seen it done with Hellions when they want to drop very fast Hellions into maybe a Zerg base. But you need the units to go across. Double Viking. How? How did I get it?
I am confused.
Cloak Banshee on the other side. It's not proxied, so it still makes sense. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but the fun thing is that the Cloak Banshee.
yeah, get countered by lots of Vikings.
Yes,
Sort of.
but no.
Yeah.
When the Vikings are not at home, I mean, the Vikings are flying home.
The Vikings are very confused. And the starport is now idle. It doesn't know what to do. Because I don't have mining, because I have minerals.
Yeah, because there's a Liberator, no anti-air.
Oh
because
my
the
God.
Vikings are on the other side of the map. This starport.
The Vikings try to land on a Hellion. They will kill a
Oh
Hellion though.
no.
They will kill two.
I do think Team Owen is losing to one Liberator because the Vikings were on the wrong side of the map.
There's the Liberator player who has been the game of his life. Ah, it finally goes down.
Yeah.
Very
I
unfortunate.
wonder where the Banshee is. The Banshee is just running from the... No wait, the Banshee is just...
The Banshees are here to defend against this sort of... Is this a push? 3 tanks, lots of SCVs, 2 Marines and a Dream.
There are no scans, so the Banshees can clear up the ground force.
Yeah. They have Cloak
Team-
already.
Yeah.
So,
And-
yeah.
Team Olin just dropped 2 mules.
So, pew pew. It'll take some time. Probably the Cloak is gonna run out, but
Yeah, but there's a
these tanks
second
are
Banshee.
dead.
Yeah, this is an amazing game. I can't believe I can't believe that the proxy starport can be that big of a mistake. Like, I feel like a proxy starport isn't bad, but like this proxy starport like made everything go wrong for Team Olin.
There's no anti-air for Flux. They don't have Marines yet.
And now they're building a Raven on the other side of the map. I mean, at this point, they should just build a CC and build an entire base down there.
But she's still clearing out the tanks. Oh, and she's now in the open. Where are the Vikings? Very close by. He has still Cloak though.
Nice.
Looks away, denies the damage. Maybe kills a few Marines, but gets scanned.
Oh, okay.
At least forces one last scan before going down. Another
There's
Banshee.
another Banshee. And there's no more scan for the next 15 seconds or something?
Yeah. And the Banshee doesn't even need to cloak yet. They can just clear away more and more workers. We're at 80 workers against 43. What the hell?
Yeah, and Team Fluxia just keeps building Banshees.
Yeah, I mean, they work. They clearly do. It's one base against 2, so...
Yeah, wait, where did the Raven go? There was a Raven somewhere. Okay, it's in the middle of the map.
The Banshee's still clearing stuff at home. They cannot even scan because they don't have the anti-air to do anything with it.
Oh no. This game just was a disaster.
This
for
is going to be an
Team
all-in
Olin.
by the all-in guys. As stupid as
Yeah.
it sounds, it's working. The contain is good, but the Banshees are still here. We do have a Raven and 3 Vikings, but we now have anti-air for Team Fluxia, and they cannot break this this wall. At the same time, the Banshee can kill everything on the other side because simply no anti-air.
I think Team Fluxia needs to find an answer to the siege tanks. Like, Team Fluxia's up in supply.
they really-
They're more than doubling the supply of their
They
enemies.
just need
but-
a siege tank on the high ground, and they
They-
cannot be broken, basically.
Oh, they have Stim. They have Stim. I think Stim...
There's no mining, there's one worker, 114 minerals. And the only thing they can mine at this point is basically mules.
Yeah, oh no, oh no, oh no. Wait, the
Oh.
tanks are not... Oh.
Oh, Miss Micron,
Oh, no.
big fight,
Oh,
but the tanks
oh,
are going down. If the 3 tanks go
Okay,
down,
okay.
there's no way Fluxia loses this anymore.
Team Fluxia figured out that start of stepping Marines. In
Actually,
forward.
the Vikings won the fight.
God.
But there's a siege tank on the high ground.
Yeah, I
Four
don't think
Marines
it
and
is
a
enough.
siege tank.
And the Banshee's gonna go and kill Vikings. Things I didn't think I would say today.
Oh my.
That
Is
was a game of TBT.
probably the most entertaining game of today.
Yeah, it's that was something.
It was indeed something.
If only every TBT game could be as entertaining.
Even half
TBT.
as entertaining as that.
Yeah.
Oh god.
So What does the bracket say? Team
Bracket
Jumbum
says that Team Jumbo
won against
won.
Team Mothra. Dragnes and Uncle Toby is on the way already. So there's Team Flaxia versus Team Jumbum.
Oh,
And
we could follow that.
yeah, and because Dragnes and Toby, they just started their game 1 minute ago. And unless it's a quick one, I don't think we can. I mean, maybe it is the second game already, but all the other teams are waiting. Rex, I don't think you are dreaming. That last game that you just played, it really happened. And it was a TVT that was not awful. It was a TVT that was actually very, very funny.
It was very funny. It seems Mothra was very angry at the last game against Triple Helix.
I do think I heard some rumors about Hellbat Marauders.
Oh, oof.
So I think that's what happened there.
Have some downtime. I would probably take Fluxit to hear like their thoughts on the opponent's build, but I've heard them way too many times already. Well, one. Them one.
Okay.
Toby's.
I still don't see the voice chats.
Well, that's unfortunate.
I mean, you can just do the interview.
Also, your problem.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether or not Dracnus is going to. Mothra is not in. So I guess I'll just wait a few.
Okay, Fluxia and Shanbam are currently making I think they're consolidating their teams into one party. So I think their game is going to happen soon. And I think
request is a joint party.
Huh? Okay.
Alright, so we finally got into the party. Map is already decided, so be quick.
Babylon. Babylon is, I think, technically a Terran map. So Okay. Leo, I think you will get fired.
Oh yes, I would.
I mean,
Let's see.
you lose the huge salary you get as a
You have no idea.
as a caster for PigPan.
Ah, yeah. Those whole $0 I get every time I stream. I will lose all of them.
Maybe you should just play the ad, like play ads every 5 minutes.
I cannot even play ads.
Oh, you need to be a partner or something, right?
Yeah, I mean it's easy for me. It would be, but I don't have the. I simply don't care. Because the only thing I'm liking at the moment, if I recall correctly, is that I need to stream for 5 days out of 7 in a week or something like that, or like 5 days within 2. It's very easy to do. It's just that I don't care about it because yes, it allows people to donate to me, but when I will, I will.
Okay, so as soon as we see you streaming a full week, we know that you are in major trouble.
Oh yes, huge trouble.
Probably more mentally, because it means that you don't value your sanity anymore.
Toast. 10 p.m. toast. That's what Helix is going for. Puzzle, do not be a heretic, please. 10 p.m. is not the good time for pasta.
And true, it's a bit early. It's like 1 or 2 hours early.
You're really testing my patience there.
It's a great midnight snack.
Sure. Well. As long as you don't put anything strange in there, it's all fine. Like ketchup.
I mean pineapple.
You do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyhow, looks aside. On the top left corner of Babylon, we have the red players playing turn. This is Fluxus Steve.
And in the bottom right, we have Team John Bomb with the Protoss units. And in the pre-game lobby, we already saw Flaxia asking John Bomb's team if they
That's a proxy.
please may not build Colossus.
Proxy, by looks of it. Give me a double gas. Give me a double gas, Proxima Marauder. Huh? I have barracks. Single barrack. A single gas.
Yeah, and this looks like the Terrans are going to be a bit more proactive in not wanting to play against Colossus.
Yeah. Let's end the game before Colossus are able to be made.
Oh my god. Instant scout. Did they do this in their last TVP as well? And the game plan got leaked. The Protoss players talked with each other. And John Bomb knew what was coming. Yeah, this is rough.
Cancelled the proxy, very rough for I mean, it's not a major investment so far. Just an
Yeah,
SCV and a few minerals. The biggest problem is the 150 that was reserved to build the barracks.
It scared the Protoss players, so there's no expansion already. Like both sides got hugely delayed by what
Yeah, but
happened.
the Protoss also knows that it has been cancelled because they saw the SCV fleeing from the spot.
Yeah, but the Protoss built a second pylon, a second gateway, and a second gas before the expansion, before the second nexus. I think the second nexus could be done right now, and it just started.
I think it's just to be safe because they know they now have some sort of advantage, but they don't want to lose it because the enemy players decided just to roll with it and do some ramshackle attack. After all, we do have still a Terran that is on 111 and 1 base, so even though the proxy has been scared off, it's still a very scary proposition to play against. Reaper goes in, finds the adept, says hello and goes away. Very nice of him. Twilight Council and Stargate for Jumbo, who had a little bit of delay in the text so he can forward both of them at the same time. Well, that will show away most of the damage here. Hellion has been killed by probes. Oh, I was
Yeah,
not
the
expecting
Hellion was mostly there to scout what tech the Protoss players went for.
They managed to scout at least.
Yeah, now they see that the Protoss players did not go for one tech, but the Protoss players went for 2 techs at the same time, which probably must be confusing the Terrans a little bit.
Oracle and Blink. I always love Blink in algo modes, as I've said times and time again. Liberator is always fun to have. Especially, like, I think Team Fluxio had lots of success with Liberator so far. We'll just have to see how Team Jobbomb responds.
I mean, currently they have 2 Stalkers and 2 Warp Gates to warp in more Stalkers. But
they also have a shield battery on the main base, so the Liberator will not be able to deal as much damage if the Stalkers are there to defend. Still, a 3, 4, 5 probes.
oh no, the Oracle. The Oracle. The Oracle is not micro to its fullest potential, so it only gets.
Could have been quite worse, I would say. But we still, well, game froze. Puzzle died. Yes. It's casting alone because he lost connection and it's not able to recover it.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. You're a little bit late.
Yeah, my I do have sometimes I thought it was fixed, but apparently it might be StarCraft or Discord voice chat, I'm not sure. But something is triggering a memory leak.
Oh.
And
I'm streaming the game for you so you can at least see my vision and try to comment with a little bit of a delay. Try doing your best. Okay. Forge. At the same time, a huge move out for Terran with 3 SCVs. This is very, very committed by Fluxio's team, as they are very down in workers already, and losing 3 more will just be a disaster in their economy if they are not able to kill at least both bases, I would say. Liberator goes into the sea, but the main army is pushing through. There is no shield battery on this base here. The 2 tanks are able to destroy the Stalkers. The Stalkers are trying their best to defend. No blink has been used so far. Pretty sure they do have blink. Yes, they do. But the probes are surrounding the tanks, which are not even being sieged, and the tanks will survive, but the Oracle will clear up most of the army.
The Terran army was just too strong. I mean, the Protosses are hanging on, but they're down 10 workers against the Terran player, that, against Terrans that have mules.
They defended barely. I agree with that, but the problem is that Terran does not have an army anymore, does not have any staying power on the other side. But Protoss can move out, because Blink Stalkers can still be used to harass and deal damage here and there.
Yeah, I think as long as the Terrans don't lose random units all over the map, even more than they already did, they should be fine.
Alright, trying to blink into the main, trying to avoid the tank in the front. And they will be able to kill a few SCVs, the Stalkers. With the Oracle they can actually win this fight against the Marines, but the tank is way too strong.
Alright, I was wrong. I said in my head, I looked at the wrong things. In my head the Terran was ahead in workers, but right, the Protosses are ahead in workers. The Protosses are definitely winning this.
Yep.
I was mixing up the numbers.
Alright, +1 armor is starting for Protoss. That will give so much potential for its units against a mainly marine based composition. This actually will tie up perfectly, will sync up perfectly with the +1 from Terran, so the upgrade won't be as cool anymore. Still, the Stalkers are trying so hard to do something. I don't think you don't need to go up the ramp at this point. You just need to deny any more vision and any more map control from Terran just by keeping them into the base, because you know you have more bases. You're on 3 bases and you scouted pretty much the whole map and all possible expansions. They're going up to 4. They know they have so many workers and they did damage. They don't know how far ahead they are, but they know they are. So John Bomb's team is now very happy to do whatever it wants with the units they has. It's just going up to Storm. Probably, hopefully. I would love to see Storm being researched anytime soon. High Templars gathering energy on the natural, and these Stalkers are just here to try and deny any move out or possible expansion.
Yeah, I feel like the player that is controlling these Stalkers is just sitting there. Like, the Stalkers have been running back and forth for the past 2 minutes. Just running in tank range and then, like, retreating. I feel like that player, wherever it is, like, he really wants to do something. And
yeah, probably.
I think he is right now regretting the eagerness.
Yeah.
Because it turns out Stalkers don't actually survive against Bio.
The Stalkers didn't manage to slow down the army as much as they wanted, and they led the Terran army straight into the 4th. The 4th will fall, but after that, I don't think that the Terran can do much else. Cells are charging in. The army is simply not strong enough for Terran to do anything. Feedbacks are being used because they don't have a storm or anything. And the army simply gets eviscerated by mass zealots and probes.
Okay, I will try and join in game. Wait, I'm on the wrong server. Let me go to me.
You automatically went into EU. Also, I should.
Wait, I think I have to leave the pod. I think my acid.
Is
my
that it?
acid.
Very dead.
Input limit reached. Please wait to perform more actions.
What the hell?
Yes. Oh my god. Please, game. Just let me. Okay, no, wait. Apparently I am in. Okay, now I have left the party.
Yeah, you
Apparently I
did.
was properly in the party. Oh my god.
Just when I
It is
thought that they
working.
solved most of the bugs on StarCraft.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that is on them. I think that is
No,
on...
not that, but the bug where one person leaves the game and then the game doesn't realize that there cannot be in a party.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Blizzard is a small indie company.
Yeah. Neo has vetoed by A. So it's no Babylon, no Neo for Fluxio team, who now has to choose the map. Oh. Well, to be fair, if Team Drum Bomb even ties this, I don't think anybody can win anymore. It's guaranteed a win. A win guaranteed now. They can literally do whatever they want.
Yes. Yes, they can. And if I read this correctly, also the two top teams will have to play a finals. At least that's what's on the challenge.
Oh yeah, there's a playoff finals between the first
Yeah.
3. Nice. So last game for Team Drum Bomb and Team Again. Let's stop the. I might be losing frames here and there.
Oh no.
Ah,
frames. Those poor frames.
All the frames. You have no idea. I love them. I love them so much. Jokes aside, we have on the bottom right corner of Dragon Scales in red playing for PigPan, of course, his Fluxio team.
And in the top left hand corner, we have John Bomb and his teammates, and they're about to try to close out and secure this first place spot of the group stage.
Just to show how much Fluxio is committed to his team and how hard he was talking and preparing for this game. In between the games, he moderated my channel. I don't think they have a plan for this game, do they? Oh no, Micro!
Oh no!
SCV.
Oh no!
It's about to die.
Run SCV. Okay. Okay. That SCV.
The SCV juked.
The probe is coming back. The probe is hungry.
The probe wants the blood.
Okay. The
Okay, it's
SCV.
been repaired.
Oh
no!
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 Oh no!
No!
Oh no! Oh.
This is the greatest battle of all time.
Okay,
Oh no!
okay.
A repair.
The other SCVs repair their friend up again and.
Oops. All right. The other side, Cybercore expansion by looks of it for Protoss, Reaper first for Terran, and Logran expansion. All good so far.
I wonder now. This looks like it will lead into a normal game.
So far, so good, right?
Yeah. And I wonder if Team Sunbomb will just do the same thing. No, they will not. They will not go Stargate. They will go straight into the Twilight Council, and I assume we'll follow it up with Blink.
Yeah, Blink would be the correct choice. Also, Fluxio, John Bomb is a fan of Blink, so because they would expect his composition to go that way.
I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe I can see them trying to go for the DTs, but on the other hand, with the Raven change, where the Raven builds basically instantly.
No. They should have started at least a proxy pylon some time ago already. And
I mean, you don't need to proxy the DT shrine.
You can also do the 3 DT drop, but you also need the robo to be built basically at the same time as a 4 DT drop against the.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
the soul went out of the wall.
Yeah, we see the blinks, the blink upgrade, and it gets scouted by the Hellion, and with that the Hellion has. Oh no, the Stalker.
It's not.
Oh my
the
god.
Reaper and the Hellion are dealing way too much damage, and they should have. The Reaper stays. Oh my god, that is adventurous.
Where's the second gateway unit? Oh, that was out in the map, so it's not home to defend.
The Reaper kills another probe before going down. The Hellion goes back in, dies finally. But
oh my! 5 worker kills for the Terran already. This game is already shaping up to be great for the Terrans.
Yeah.
Getting that much damage early on, and now the Widowmine drop is on its way.
Also, they're already up to, almost already up to 3 barracks production. They have a little bit, are a little bit behind in base count because we already have a 3rd base for Protoss. Yet another harass with the Widowmine drop. Not going to find too much damage, just 1 Stalker and maybe 1 probe. Yeah, no, you cannot save that. Blink being showed,
and the medevac goes down.
Yeah, no, it's not good. Alright,
Yep.
so...
But that is definitely something that the Protoss is needed to like equal out losing 5 workers.
Now the problem is I don't see Fluxio moving out, at least not in this right moment, and we have a 3-base Protoss against a Terran who's not even taking who's not even entertaining the idea of taking a 3rd base. So in a short while we will see the Terran player fall out in the economy game, and there's yet again the Blink Stalkers just below the ramp to try and contest any movement. Oh, Blink into the main, that's always fun to see.
Yeah, I think the Terrans, they can just hang out and chill until their upgrades are almost done and then move out.
Yeah, but they need to move out very soon, otherwise they will just lose in the long run. They at least need to contest the 3rd base.
They need to wait for Stim. Like without Stim, they can't engage, so they need to wait another 30 seconds. And then they can start pushing across the map.
Yeah. 3rd base.
They have their own 3rd base on the way. So
yeah,
I think it's alright.
they're still behind, but we still don't have any splash damage. I don't think we have Storm yet, you know. We just have the possibility for Storm, but no splash damage so far for Protoss. And that means that this push, if it hits in a short while, it will be very dangerous. Alright, the shield is about to be done. Cocasted is just started, but it has a lower research time. 3 high Templars have been in, and it's going to be mainly Archons and Zealots to hold this off.
Archons and Zealots are really good against instant tanks. But if the bio ball is big enough, it can get very tricky for the Protoss.
Yeah, basically, if like the bigger the numbers are for both sides, the more and more it goes into the favor of Terran, because ranged units gain more value if they are massed than melee units.
We see a big Terran drop.
Killing a high Templar even. They need to pick up and leave though, because that's many Zealots and the Immortal will...
I mean, we see some stutter step. I think if they pick up and leave, like there are no Stalkers on this side of the map. Oh, I mean there are 2 Stalkers in the main base. And Stalkers in front of the Terran base, but...
I mean, they tried to trade. I would have loved them to just pick up and leave without taking any damage, but...
Yeah.
Oh, at the same time we have a warping of 6 Zealots in the main base. This will be contested, but the units are not... Oh, the Zealots are not... Well, they are, but they decided to retreat when I thought they could at least try to trade out against the Marauders who do not deal well.
I mean, the Marauders, like they at least slow the Zealots down, so the charge is not as impactful. It buys a bit of time for the rest of the units to shoot at the Zealots.
They were dead anyway, so might as well trade a few Zealots for a few Marauders. Marauders are more expensive than Zealots anyway.
That is true. They even cost 25 gas.
Yeah. Absolutely true. So, Focus again trying to do something, but catching the tank would be nice. At least damaging it a bit. Oh, killing it is very hard.
Oh my god,
very
these red HP tanks, and then there's...
Just blink on it and kill it.
Oh my...
Blink!
Wait, another... No, wait, it's the same red HP tank. Okay.
They were dead anyway.
And wait, how many Zealots is this? 28 Zealots.
That's a number of Zealots.
That's a huge number of Zealots.
Big number.
Now, if the Terrans would have been building Widow Mines. This could be the greatest fireworks of Terran Dreams.
We don't have any Widow Mines, and these allows us simply trudging through killing most of the tanks, and even though this army will be cleared off, I don't think it was that big of an investment for Protoss for the damage it did. Now this is a big viable though. And
Yeah,
even though it was not terrible for Protoss, if this goes all the way through the map, what do you really have to kill it?
Yeah, the army supplies are even. Bio is great. There is no splash damage tag out for Protoss, and in
They
20
don't have
seconds.
energy. The medivacs don't have energy.
Oh yeah, right. In 20 seconds, not even 20 seconds right now. We will have.
This will be a massacre. Without medivac energy, with that steam, they
no.
will simply shred everything.
Oh my. Okay. Maybe I was lying about the no splash damage. Archons apparently are enough splash damage for the Protoss. And the Terran players. GG out.
Well. Bomb's team well into first place. Oh, Mothra Drachness already finished. To favor of Drachness. And I think just Uncle Toby vs. Olin has to finish now. Alright. So whatever happens now, the last 3 matches will be John Bomb versus Uncle Toby.
So we will see PvP finals.
Yes.
The true best matchup.
Showing once more that Protoss is clearly unbalanced. Doesn't require any skill to play, and so on and so forth.
So, do we know anything about the match between Toby and Team All In?
Check somewhere.
Okay, they're in. Toby at least is in a game for the last 6 minutes already.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who else is in his team that I have on my list here.
I hope that's game number 2. Whichever the case is, tiny bit of
That does sound like a good idea.
5 minutes. again. And read. Let's see if they're around. They can humor me.
Okay, if you go into you.
No, I think because I cannot see John Bomb's team voice chat, so I would need to go into line 1. They're all there, so you can join as well.
Oh wait, they're there. Oh. Okay.
Yeah. I'll go
Oh.
there now. There.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
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 GG's. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, questions first. How was it so far?
Awesome.
Pretty good.
I think this is the most fun I've had playing player versus player StarCraft 2 in a long, long time.
I see.
It's brilliant. We've got a super chill commander who just tells us what he wants really calmly, and we just do as we're told, and it's working out all right for us.
Yeah.
Well, I would say you have the chillest player in all of Peak. That's my opinion.
As long as I am not playing Terran versus Protoss, I am good.
And this time you're on the
I was-
Protoss side, so you cannot be playing that matchup. That is true.
And
Oh,
it's
that's-
been going very, very well. I have good teammates, so don't have to do all that much. Just talk. And I can talk sometimes.
So, thoughts about the last game? What was your perspective? Because we saw the whole thing, but for example, game 1 had that crazy proxy that you scouted basically the moment it was put down. So
Yeah, so what happened was we always send out the first probe very, very quickly so Cosmic can go harass with it.
Yep.
And we saw an SEV moving across the map and it passed our probe and it did not show up in our base. We were checking for eBay blocks. Like checking around in our natural and it wasn't there, so we looked around and lo and behold, there's a barracks there.
yeah.
Yeah. That's about it. And then the tank push as a follow up. It was really scary, but I saw that they didn't have their tank siege, so I was like, pull the probes, just go. Otherwise, it's not gonna happen. So yeah, we did that, and we ended up winning. So it's good.
Yeah. Also, one fun thing is that not only you scouted the proxy itself, but you scouted the fact that they were not committing to the proxy anymore because you saw the SCV coming down as well after the Perks was cancelled.
Yeah.
It was like perfect scouting by accident, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ideally, I would have not told Lethal to build the second gate because we didn't end up needing it, but it ended up being fine in the end, and we ended up bad. It was good.
While second game was very different, because you had control of the game. I think the whole, at least from my perspective, the whole time. Was it the same on your side?
Well, what was it that killed a lot of pros? Was there a liberator, or did that not happen in the first game? In the second game, I think it was
There
the first
was
game. Yeah,
a Reaper and a Hellion.
yeah, right. That killed quite a lot of probes.
5.
So that got me kind of scared. But then I remembered we have Chrono Boost. So, yeah. From that point on, with the stalkers in the front, Poglet controlling those, and then the War Prism in the main, it's so annoying. Yeah. From that point on, it was fine for us as well.
Alright, one thing I don't actually know about you guys. What is the division on tasks?
So I'm on macro duty, so I'm creating the bases, doing what I'm told, building whatever buildings are needed in the units, and then just telling the other guys where they are, and then the other guys are then stepping in.
I do the first probe, and then also I usually do Oracle Micro and sometimes Blink Micro.
And Poglet, a lot of the times
sometimes look at stalkers, and most of the time I run them to their deaths.
So you're the very eager stalker guy that always sends one on the ramp and has to blink away as soon as possible.
Pretty much.
a lot of the times what will happen is there will be a huge army that Lethal warped in, and then I will just tell Poglet F2 take the army, and then we A move after he micros the stalkers.
I
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, I was wondering in one of the games. I think the stalkers were just running back and forth for 2 minutes, like running into tank range, getting shot once, going back, recharging their shields, running into tank range somewhere else, going back, running back and forth.
Yeah,
And
what happens also a lot is that I tell either Cosmic or Poglet to control the stalkers, and then they obviously get confused because I'm being an idiot. I'm telling 2 people to control the stalkers, but yeah, it somehow works out.
okay.
Thankfully, Protoss is completely balanced and has no problem with.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously.
I think we got some salt aimed at Colossus.
Say what? Sorry.
I think we got some salt aimed at Colossus.
Oh, that was the Mothra team. I don't know what happened. I don't think they got salty at Colossi. I just think there was a bit of
They asked
discord.
us.
I think
They asked us not to build
Flaxia
them, so
was.
we didn't build them for them. That's what
I think-
happened.
I think Flaxia's chip was just afraid of the Colossus. Because he thought if you guys build a Colossus, like his team is just gonna lose.
Yeah, he told me about that Toby's team built Phoenix Colossus.
Oh.
And like since he told me, and I know that he has troubles with it, I don't want to like just go Colossi and fuck up the little bit of fun they were having.
Yeah. He was already talking about the
Coins.
Colossi before, like this afternoon.
Like the Zealots are bad enough. I'll just have them deal with Zealots.
So it seems like the last game just ended, and you're up against Uncle Toby in the finals, which is the best of 3. So, any thoughts considering you played them already?
Well,
And it
it's
was a tie.
PvP. It's PvP. We already won 4 games. We're first in our group. I consider that a victory. whatever happens in PvP stays in PvP. I hope we have good games. Yeah, that's all I can say.
All right. Wise words.
Is it a best of 3 now, or is it still a best of 2? It's
Yes.
best of 3. Okay, cool.
So 3 because we need a clear victor. The finals.
Don't worry, we'll win.
That's why we
My
bought
eyes are
a
all
coin to the
green.
Toss Fest.
Now,
Yep.
guys, if possible, try to win it 2-0 because it's getting late, right?
I mean, we could just stop right here. We won 4, they won 3. It's, you know.
We could do 3 coin tosses and whoever calls it right twice wins. I mean,
That is PvP.
pretty
Hey.
much the same thing. There's just
Hey.
one extra word.
Yeah. That's true. You could also all in the whole way through. That would also get by fast.
We could.
Yeah, but I don't see Jumbo all in into.
Maybe a cheeky 3-gate or 4-gate or proxy robo. Or a cheeky can rush where 3 people can sit around and do nothing while 1 person has to do everything.
I did at multiple points tell Lethal to stop making probes and make zealots instead. So you make of that what you.
Okay.
Yeah. It should be
I
fun.
did suggest doing the probe
Don't tell
probe
him.
stack and then
No.
No,
that
we're not
rush,
doing that.
Oh no, we can't do that, can we?
Now we can't do it anymore. My god.
I mean, I'm just gonna plant the seed of doubt.
Maybe they'll do it to us.
Stop giving them our tactics.
Well, I mean,
That
I'm
would
the
be the
caster. If I know the tactics, it's all the best because I cannot recognize a build for the life of me.
We just hope to have a fun final game, I guess. Hopefully we can bring back the trophy. Wait, who gets the trophy?
I think it's a right to brag into Flaxio's face.
Okay. I think we should get started.
Yeah, I think
Alright.
that's a good idea. Yeah.
So instead of talking about how the next game should be quick, I think just getting it done.
Get it over with.
Yeah,
Let's
might
make it
be even
quick.
faster. I don't know. Do you guys
Super.
stay in here, or
Let's-
do you also go back to where you were hiding?
I guess we just stay in here. It's probably fine.
I mean, people drop in, drop out of the channel. I think it would just be safer to get
Just go
back
back into our.
to get back in
Yeah.
your pen. Sorry, I meant your
Fair
channel.
Okay, we get it. We have to go. Okay.
Fair
Right.
enough. See ya.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Thank
you.
Have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Thank you.
So, do we also go back into?
Yeah, I think we should go back into our pen. I think it's
Um,
safer.
Okay.
I'll do the thingy.
Okay. Yeah, I was asking Toby like right before I saw that it's a tie on your screen, if it was the first or second game that they just finished when I saw him getting out of game, and he then wrote me, "Can we start?" Which was probably them listening to our stream and figuring out that we are just keeping John Bomb's team occupied.
Yeah, it seems like it. I
So,
mean, I think
want to get
I think it's for the best. We all had a few minutes of that time between. I think both teams are very, very exhausted. It has been 4 hours of almost non-stop StarCraft for all the players, so it might get stressful.
Yeah, I mean, they now only have to play a PvP, which
That's true. You don't think you don't need to think anymore. You just need
I-
to press buttons at random, right? That's PvP in a
Yeah.
nutshell.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see some 3-player versus 3-player Stalker Disruptor.
Oh yeah, that's.
But yeah, I mean the dodgeball games, like those would be. I would really love those.
Wasn't that?
But
like,
I don't
of
think we will
meta?
see that. I don't think neither Toby nor John are the kind of people to actively pursue a game like that. Even if they're playing on their own, so.
Hasn't that been out of meta for some time already?
It's
Mass
fun
ball,
though.
like ball and stalkers.
A bit, but it's not.
It's not like super off meta like Phoenixes or Adepts.
Yeah. It's like you still build Disruptors, I think, but it's a bit more.
Yeah,
bit more complicated.
It's one of those fun things when the build is still viable because it hasn't been nerfed or anything. It's just that by the fact that it has been used so much, people found it right build and now not as viable.
Okay, looks like the teams are getting ready. And I think we're about to start with WCS Game Hunt.
Yes, because Bully is the host, and as always, when Bully is in the house, WCS is on. I might even like understand what's happening. Incredible. We'll see when I have all the cool graphs that I refuse to use about the hotkey concept.
Yeah, and then then there's me, and I have the standard overlay.
Alright, it doesn't work on standard overlay, does it?
I don't think it does.
You just see the production on the struct.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I see the worker kills. Maybe I do. I have to pay attention to it.
I think you just don't get all the cool graphs.
Yeah.
Just still, I wish I knew how to open them. I know how to open the standard one. I think it's like numpad stuff.
Right. There is, I think there's somewhere a help menu. Maybe we can figure this out.
Maybe. That said, top right corner of Incense Cistern we have in yellow. It's Uncle Toby's team.
And in the bottom right hand corner, we do have the red Protoss team of Chunbom.
Technically undefeated if you don't count ties.
I mean, even the ties are. I mean, they are undefeated in the game. Like in the best of 2, they didn't lose the best of 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't that how? I think in chess it is where people are undefeated. Like I guess it's tie. In StarCraft you still have to lose a map for it in a tie. But who really cares about map wins?
Yeah, right. As long as it's a match win, it's a win.
Exactly.
A win is a win. Probe Scout out of John Bomb, trying to check out everything if everything is alright. Canceling the second gate is oh, that's a mistake though. I think they miswalled and they could not wall with 2x2. But that is a big deal, in my opinion. On the other side, a non-standard wall. Is it just me or is this all really unsafe? I see Rotterdam do this all the time, but He's also a crazy man who doesn't play with Warp Gate. Stargate?
I think you need to, in my head, you need to play Stargate and at best Phoenixes to not regret doing this.
Yeah, Stargate. Usually, it seems like the strategy is kind of similar, but
Yeah,
usually
but
what is done by Rotterdam is you leave these as a big chance for your opponent. Your opponent thinks he can try and enforce something with it, and he overcommits into something that doesn't work because he just built an oracle and it destroys all the adepts.
yeah, all you leave your adepts at home and you just defend with your own adepts. And all your
Oh,
units.
miss micro by something.
Wait, is there?
They're kind of equal.
That probe that just ran through the battle.
That was a very brave probe. Oh, it's not a probe anymore. It's a dead thing. The adepts are missing each other, but we still have a single stalker and an oracle for defense here on Jump Bomb side. The two adepts are on the other side of the map, doing absolutely nothing to the shields of an Axis.
Why are both teams only building a single stalker? Like, I don't.
Oh, that's.
I'm confused.
Miss micro again by Jump Bomb's team. They could have killed the probe. I would have loved that. Some things are not meant to be. Oracle killing one of the two adepts. Pylon has been cleared, and so far so good for Team Uncle Toby, it looks like.
It looks like it, yes. I think they are just straight up in a better spot. Their Nexus is faster than Nexus is in the natural, and I think they lost.
Look at that Stargate.
Cluster.
It's building a Phoenix. Will we
I
see?
think it will just be one.
Yeah, probably. Just
it
for
will be
defense.
one because of the Oracle.
Yeah, just as a countermeasure.
Yeah,
Like,
and
could be something more.
no, I don't think so.
No.
I think it's pretty.
Yeah, that's it.
I think it's pretty common, like if people build oracles to just get one Phoenix.
I know, but you can't let a man hope, can you?
Do you really hope for Phoenix?
I mean, it would be fun to see at least one game of Phoenix in.
I don't think we will see it.
No.
But I'm not sure. I'm not a huge fan of Phoenixes anymore. At least not in this matchup.
Oracle finds one kill. The shield battery is defensive against an army, not to defend against the Oracle, so Oracle can and will deal more damage too soon. Phoenix to kill the Oracle from Team Uncle Toby. So far so good. There is a great investment into economy by Team Jump Bomb, who's rocketing into our third base, and then more and more probes on the other side though. Well, we don't really have an army to contest that, so even though they didn't spend as much money into economy, seems like they are quite a lot behind is Team Uncle Toby.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they forgot to build workers. They didn't lose. I mean, they lost a few more workers than Team Yellow. Maybe that, and then like they maybe chroned a little bit less, and it just like snowballed a little bit. But they're now behind 10 workers without anything big really happening, and their third base is behind. And they have less production. So they need to figure something out.
Also, advantage into for the upgrades will go into John Bomb's favor because the forge is already finished and already started the +1, while we still don't have a forge on the side of Uncle Toby, as far as I know.
And the charge is 20 seconds faster as well.
But they do have Templar Archives already building. Templar Archive has not been finished for Team John Bomb, who instead went for a robotics facility. Templar Archive just starting now, so not that big of a delay, but I mean, both teams seem equal, but John Bomb is just bigger. Also, this Oracle is finding more and more kills.
Yeah, this Oracle is doing big value.
Yeah.
Big value pickups.
I mean, it didn't deal too much damage into the probe line, but he is still going around since he cannot be contested, forcing. Well, he can kill this probe in due time.
I think that. Oh no, it's getting away.
He will escape.
That Oracle is getting away with murder. Not only once, but like 6 times already.
Oh. The moment is preparing for a big push here. He has all the tools he needs for anything cheeky. Taking a 4th even.
Yeah, I fear that John is like they're just gonna take a 4th, and if they decide to move out and they have a robot, so they can build a war prism, and they get a war prism, that they are just going to move through the yellow team.
Now that's a lot of Archons that the team Uncle Toby has. They also have shield battery and shield battery overcharge available. But it will also be a stalker on stalker battle, so much has been decided on how the blinks are being utilized, which team has better micro on those, and it's a very well, with this taking the 3 Archons by themselves, this is a disaster for Team Uncle Toby, losing most of its fighting power before the fight even starts. Losing a base even, they might.
Wait, is this... Okay, please,
this base needs to die.
Okay. I was very shortly afraid that Team John Bomb is just going to go home.
No, they can win this fight. The Archons are not enough. The Stalkers don't have the DPS. +1 is about to finish for Team Uncle Toby, but John Bomb is already thinking about +2.
And I don't think they're thinking about +2. I'm thinking about the next game already.
That +2 will go into the next game.
Like, and the yellow team types out the GGs and they do leave the game. Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly happened, but maybe those few worker kills in the early game just spiraled out of control that much, and then some slight mismarked macro, and suddenly the red team just had way more workers and ran away with the game.
Yeah, I think this is one of those cases. Well, it's commonly referred to as snowball, right? When a tiny bit of a mistake just grows and grows and grows until it becomes massive. And I think it was just a cut and probes somewhere along the lines in Team Uncle Toby. And in a few, it became a huge problem because they were behind in everything. That's what I would call being out macroed.
That is true. Alright then. Ooh. What's next? Do we have a lobby already? I think we do have a lobby.
Yeah, okay. There is a lobby already.
There we go.
We're waiting for... Oh, because I'm in the party with John Bombers. I never left the party.
Just partying on, having fun. That was so sad joke. I'm sorry.
Well, I did not react to it, so it didn't register. Default
Yeah.
went offline.
I felt like I had to apologize anyway.
Oh yeah, apologize to the.
Will this VOD go up on YouTube?
If I manage to find the will to go through hours video plus other 20 and cut all the fluff from. It's a big ask, trust me.
Yeah, which also would mean that you would have to listen to my voice.
No, I don't listen.
Yeah.
I just check the
What?
moments when remember had a lull and I cut those.
Okay, you just cut like the in between.
Yeah, basically everything that is not
Is in the game.
Is in the game gets cut. I think I'll make an exception for the because that's the gist of the
Yeah.
But yeah, the main problem is that it takes a long time just to. I don't know how professionally with way longer and way better production, I guess.
I mean, they have more time, probably.
Yeah, probably they do
And
that.
they know what they're doing.
8 hours a day.
And they know what they're doing. And
Wait, are you trying to say that I don't know what I'm doing?
no, of course, you're basically a professional streamer.
Yeah.
If only we were a Twitch partner, I would actually believe what I just said.
Oh yeah. If only I was a Twitch partner, you'd be gifting sub left, right, and center, right?
Yes, I would, as the definitely very rich student that I am.
Yes. Give me all your income. Oh, you already are. 30 of your 0.
That's not that bad.
I know. I wish I was a student again. I got into work and it was boring. I want. No, Helix. I cannot yet.
Okay, where is your party staying? Oh wait, you're in. Ah shit, my game crashed.
Oh.
What is this?
Do I have to stream it again?
Yes. Oh no, you're gonna be stuck in loading screen for 5 minutes.
Alright.
What is this bull? No. My PC hates me today. Why? I don't deserve this.
Getting this 720p because I don't want. Like, I have to choose whether or not
Yeah, this is
who's getting the good stream. It's the in between you and the audience, and like it's not even a scale to be I'm measuring it again. Yes, QuazI again. Can you believe it? This guy trying its best to sure don't get any. Well, jokes on you. I wake up on 3 p.m. on a Sunday.
Yeah, I feel like I have to do some serious PC fixing.
How do you have?
I think at least that it's one. I can explain it.
Also, if you had
I had the same issue for the last half year.
That's a problem.
And I thought it fixed it, but then I also wasn't on Discord and StarCraft much in the last month. and it didn't happen in the last month. And I'm not sure whether it's Discord or whether it's StarCraft.
I don't know why, but
It also happened on some Paradox games when I was on Discord.
I
And
think
it happens faster with the
one of
streams.
your. It's a PC problem.
Yeah, I have to.
I would have to actually check, but
Yeah.
I
I have
see how.
some ideas what I can try. And I'm gonna try and then I'm gonna see if it helps, and if not, then I'm very sad.
Well, like it shouldn't be a program because I made it myself. I know perfect. Been a horrible mess that leaks memory everywhere, and I don't get any of these problems. So if he crashes himself alone.
Oh wait, everyone left.
Everyone left.
Oh wait, I can load up the game again.
Aha.
That was not necessary, but maybe they also slept through the start. That's probably also the reason.
On the bright side, I don't have to stream anymore. Oh! They did not restart the game because of you.
Because of what?
Jump made a probe. He's not allowed to do anything, so he made a probe. I had to restart.
That is funny.
I hope that's a real story. Because it's just too funny. Right, try not to crash. I know it's a hard ask of you, but just try.
Yeah. Okay. Now it's just zooming through with the loading bar.
Okay. This also means that I have speed better. So, bottom left corner of Royal Blood, we have a team that is, well, down 1-0 against the probably the strongest team in this tournament. It is Uncle Sobi's team.
And in the top right, we have Team Chambam up 1-0 in this best of 3. Can they close it out and take home the overall win?
And the right to brag in front of Flaxio.
Not only in front of Flaxio, they will have the right to brag in front of everyone that they are the in-house winners until the next in-house.
Right? Faster guesses by Uncle Stoby's team.
By how many things? Oh my god.
Half construction, so
7 seconds was.
yeah, somewhere between 7 and 10, because a simulator is at 21 seconds, right?
Yeah. I checked, it was 7 seconds.
Alright, you have standard. Glory of standard interface.
I can hover over things.
Yeah, you can see the upgrades and the damage and all the things. Only wasn't ugly as hell.
Yeah, but it lets you rewind and replace.
Oh yeah, sure.
Or then take command, I mean. That's the
Right, so far so good for both teams. Quite a lot more gas for Uncle Toby's team. So they could start Stargate and the Warp Gate at the same time, but instead they decide to Chrono Boost Warp Gate and go for 2 Stalkers.
Yeah. I think this is the first PvP we see today out of these 2 teams that does not involve at least 2 adepts in the opening.
Yeah, but this is probably going to be very aggressive by Uncle Toby's team. Otherwise, you would never Chrono Boost Warp Gate outright.
Yes, they also are not only Chrono Boosting Warp Gate, they also misplaced their pylon.
Aha, here it
third
is.
pylon in the middle of the map.
Yeah, that's a common misplace to do. We're trying to place it in the behind the mineral line in the main, and it just goes in the middle of the map. And since it's there, you have to place the gateway that should accompany it right there.
This is going to be I think this. I mean, it's definitely gonna be Blink, but
yeah, Jumbom should know about this because they saw the Chrono Boost on the Warp Gate, and that can only indicate some aggression. So yeah, Shield Battery on the front will anchor this position. Double Sentry to try and force the units behind a wall of force field before Blink is done. Problem is, with 2 sentries instead of 2 Stalkers, they don't really have the DPS to contend against this force so far. They need the Shield Battery to finish.
And both sentries use their energy for now. And they don't get a Stalker for it, which is unfortunate for Team Jumbom.
Yeah, there were just a few seconds before the next force field, and now they can.
Okay. Yeah. Now Team Jumbom, like, whoever controls the sentries needs to be paying attention, because soon, I'm not sure if this number of Stalkers already is enough to one-shot other Stalkers, because as soon as that I think.
Yeah, I think Uncle
now
Toby's
it should be
team
enough.
is already there. They can
Yeah,
one-shot
like,
Stalkers.
if these Stalkers can run in and all get in range of this, like on top of the Jumbom's army, they will start one-shotting everything, and the batteries will be useless. So the sentries need to block them out.
But I think they also need for Blink to finish. If they wait for Blink, they can do that. They can go balls deep, and they can ignore the force field back.
That is true. I think they should just jump in and click on Stalkers, and they might just win.
Nice first plate by Team Uncle Toby.
Yeah.
Oh, Blink forwards. We need Shield Battery recharge. It's being used, but the focus fire is
the Immortal joins. The Immortal is out, and the Immortal is pounding on the Stalkers, but
probes are being pulled, and it's a hold at some cost, but it's not a cost that Jumbom is not willing to pay for this, because let's remember that this is a very early build. We only have 1 base, and it's gonna run out kinda soon, while Jumbom also has the fresh base in the natural. He's not probing, which is the right call. He's going in. Nice.
Oh my god, this dodge with the Immortal.
Nice micro.
Immortal
I
micro.
love this micro.
Immortal micro. Oh my god, this was sick micro, and I think the next Immortal.
It's a hold
is
with the next
only
wave.
halfway done. Warp ins. They have 4 gateways. Uncle Toby has only 3 gateways. I think this is a hold.
It is a hold, and not only that, it's a hold where Jumbom doesn't even lose too many workers, and it is below his opponent. He also has 2 bases, and he's so confident that they're restarting pro-production.
Jumbom, they're up in workers, they're up in tech, they're up in production, they're up in bases. Like, the only thing they're down is in the Blink upgrade.
Yeah, but blink doesn't matter too much when you have immortals, especially when you
Yeah.
manage to mess 3 or 4 of them, because they can simply one-shot these stalkers before they have the chance to blink back. A single
Yeah,
zealot joins
exactly.
the fray. Poor team.
Uncle Toby's team was so close. They jumped in before the first immortal was out, and they clicked on all the stalkers. They almost made it happen.
I think they were
But-
overeager. I think if they just did a few snipes like you were talking, just jumped in, killed a few, like sniped one single stalker and then blinked out for a few times before the big engagement, it would have been a very different game. But
I think they should have gone earlier. Like if they had gone earlier, the
earlier.
immortal wouldn't have been out. But
these are that as it stands, there is no way
Yeah.
to kill Uncle Toby.
yeah, this is now nothing they can do. This was a very clean defense by Team Jonbon. They take this game very convincingly and shut down the 3-gate aggression.
Yeah. All right. Well, this. So, that said, I think it is a fitting conclusion to the Inhouse tournament, and I would just like to notice that I think that like the teams were very close behind of power. I've seen some of the teams not perform as well as they wanted probably, but at least especially in the end, most of the teams were very cohesive and they knew what they were doing. So kudos to both the players and the commanders for organizing themselves and all. So, QuazI, any last words?
No, not really.
Okay.
I'm
That is fine. Well, we shall put that on your gravestone. No, I don't know.
yeah, go ahead, do that.
I think that's the perfect last words one could
Yeah.
possibly hope for. Jokes aside, good games by everyone. I really love at least the majority of them. I got some of them made me laugh. I'll be very clear about that. But it is time to go. It is almost midnight. Perfectly time for me to go at a reasonable time to whatever it isn't near my bed, because I'm not going to sleep because I'm at the January. And thank you all for organizing it. Thank you all for playing, and thank QuazI for joining halfway through. Is there a champions interview? No, I don't have the time, willpower, or well, we could maybe check.
Oh, they're in clan chat. Okay, do we do this?
Maybe.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, they're probably already there.
Games, I think we can give it a break.
Hello.
That's so much,
Hello.
yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
So
Mhm.
congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Coming up
Thank you.
top, you also take the whole thing convincingly 2-0.
Did you enjoy the final guy?
It was very enjoyable, to be absolutely fair.
The defense was very nice. We were shortly very afraid for you, but then the immortal came out, and then the immortal got microed, and I was very impressed.
Was it? Was it an accidental void crime?
But you could see the frustration on the opposing team, because it was like, let's focus fire on the immortal. It's not being picked up, so it's fine. Another shot on the immortal. It's in the red. It's going to die next volley. Next volley comes up. and the immortal gets picked up. Try again. Focus fire on immortal, and it gets picked up. Fuck you, War Prism. Now we can kill the immortal. Yeah.
The War Prism
It was
came
barely
out.
picked up.
The War Prism just came out, and I did not have the time to divide tasks. And I
Yeah.
was about to say something, and then the immortal got picked up, and then I was like, "Yeah, good. Whoever did that, do it again. Do it
Okay.
again."
Nice.
Pick it harder.
Nice.
Oh, good, the legend.
So,
Yeah.
But it was really good fun.
Yeah.
Really good fun. I really
Yeah.
enjoyed that. Brilliant.
They were actually good.
But now we
games.
get bragging rights for eternity, right?
until the next in-house.
I'm just going to brag all over Pi because he always beats me in 1v1s and we trashed his team too, It's great.
Also, one fun thing is, all the teams were very organized. Some more than other, but most of them were very organized because I've never seen, at least not that I could, from my perspective, any unit being controlled by a true person at the same time. It probably happened, but it was not too big of a deal. So I think it was like, I have to also give kudos to all the commanders out there because it was a nice job coordinating. Like, how many is it? 3 to 4 people, right?
Yeah, I think we got really lucky with ours, to be honest, because he's so calm. It just made it really easy. There's no stress.
what happened
whatsoever.
last-
It was really relaxing.
Lethal, let me
Agreed,
tell
yeah.
you what happened last time we did this. I won
Go.
one game with my team. We lost all the
Hey.
others.
Oh,
I mean,
Change pace.
I don't want to ruin your illusions about John Bomb on stream, but alright, I'm just gonna mention that like that. There we go.
I
Just
mean, we
gonna leave
only
it as a
lost one game,
suspension.
so really.
we lost one game because we forgot to build an observer, which I've got formed for.
We also forgot to build a
That
robo
was it.
facility, so
Or
Yeah,
a forge, really. We had no detection whatsoever.
Yep.
Yeah, DT's won it for that team that we've just beat, but then we beat them in the second game quite convincingly,
Yeah,
and then we had the
where
final
credits-
laugh.
Credit where credit's due. That double Oracle and the 6 Adept build is very, very good.
Yeah.
And the only reason we didn't have detection is because I told Lethal to pull everything off gas and just go into a charge all in.
Yeah, I remember that game. That was actually a pretty
And
sick
then
call to do at all.
And then suddenly we weren't all in anymore because we killed the third base and we had the third base. But now we didn't have gas because I told him to pull off gas and we couldn't make the robo right away.
Yeah,
Stuff happens.
that game was definitely interesting.
Yeah. Thanks for whoever arranged it all. Thanks for putting it on though and inviting everybody and sorting it all out. 'Cause it was really
Yeah,
good.
Booyah is a god.
Yeah. It's always Bullier in it. Fair play to him. Thanks, Bullier. I want you to put that out there on stream.
So this
Yeah,
brings me
thanks
to
so much,
my
Maya.
last point. Since you guys won and I have no more voice, I'll let you guys do the intro. Whatever you want.
The intro. Okay,
The
we're
outro,
gonna
sorry. The
We're gonna
outro.
stream for 5 more
Yeah.
hours. Leo's gonna cast for 5 more hours.
Let's make another best of 69. Come on.
Oh no. Yeah, but we need to find out who plays the best of 69 then.
Yep.
PvP for 70 games in a row.
Hey, by the end, it's just gonna be cannon rushes.
Hopefully, for somebody saying anything.
We did contemplate it just for you because we know how much you like it.
Nah, I just want to say, like, PvP finals, we know pro play isn't exactly the most optimized play out there. And that the ZVZ finals were all just a fluke, and that the actual OP race is Protoss
Clearly.
being proven in the ultimate APM challenge that is Archon mode. There we go.
Is that the outro?
That's the outro. GG, well played, everyone.
Thank you
GG,
very
well
much.
played.
Thanks to our captain. Thanks to our teammates.
Hell yeah. Thanks so
And
much.
for the
You guys
macro
were
and
awesome.
not having to do much.
Yeah. Everyone did great. See you around, guys.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Alright.
See you
Bye-bye.
later. Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye.